like me. Got enough love in myself and my psyche. You should have the same in your brain nightly. If you wanna taste, bitch, you can fucking try me. If you wanna hate, bitch, you know where to find me. And if you're going hate this, you can fucking bite me. I'll be cruising in my lane fast, call it high speed. I've been working hard, yeah, I've been working nightly. If you think you'll win, ha, not fucking likely. I be taking shots, yeah, cold-blooded, icy. Watching numbers grow is what I call sightseeing. In the front row, run it up when they hype me. The following grows, they know how to ignite me. Call me CEO, I've been running shit right, see. And I ain't playing games, I create my own lane, making pleasure out of pain, turning losses into gains. I'm the boss, I'm making change. I've been rocking this exchange, popping off and risking things. Gonna make a fucking name. I just wanna be famous, but I don't want that cheap fame. No, I'm not that vain. I just wanna be greatness. Ain't no motherfucker in this world can do it like me. Open up your eyes and insert a little rising. You don't have to love me, you don't have to like me. Got enough love in myself and my psyche. You should have the same in your brain nightly. If you wanna taste, bitch, you can fucking try me. If you wanna hate, bitch, you know where to find me. If you're going hate this, you can fucking bite me. Okay, I'm going off every chance I get. I don't really take a loss, well, I'll admit. That's why I'll make it to the top, yeah, I commit. And no, I'm never getting lost, I get after it. Investing in my own stock, cause it's faster than any crypto hits go. Let me spend everything that you see is something I invent. And it's only a percent. I'm gonna take shots. If I miss all, forget it. I'll take a fat loss just to learn all that's in it. I'm taking snapshots, learning how to fall and get it. I'm getting back up, always stand tall, don't sweat it. I never back up, I don't miss a thing, I'll regret it. I'm always learning, you could call me academic. I'm always working, never been apathetic. That energy is like a poison, needs some antiseptic. And insert a little rising. You don't have to love me, you don't have to like me. Got enough love in myself and my psyche. You should have the same in your brain nightly. If you wanna taste, bitch, you can fucking try me. If you wanna hate, bitch, you know where to find me. If you're going hate this, you can fucking bite me.
Hey y'all, news flash. These two right here, that one, where she go? And that one. That right there's double trouble. Y'all double trouble. We about daggone creative monsters with them two. Earth, please don't choose violence today. It's too early. It's too early. Don't choose violence.
Welcome to the Thunderdome, bitch. Hey, everybody. How y'all doing? We good? We cool? All right, let's get started. Give me 1 second to set up here. Sorry, I'm a couple of minutes late. Okay, more like a few minutes late. I ran into some deja vu. Something I wasn't expecting. Okay. So what are we all doing? We doing good? We staying out of trouble? Behaving ourselves? I am. I've been good. Seriously, I have. Now, let's see. What are we going to do? You know what? I have an idea. I'm going to play something that's just 4 days old. You know why? Because it's just going to go to show what Bullhorn and her stream. And we're going to put the two and two together, what it was all about. because it seems like the threats will not stop. And yeah, she's still threatening. You know what? On second thought, let's wait on that real quick, though. You know why? I got something better. Now, if you guys weren't around for Savage's late show last night, well, we got you covered. Because it seems like Bullhorn happened to be stalking Mr. Bowersox. Now, of course, we already had that feeling that she was. But to me, I thought it was just purely coincidental that they were in the same parking lot. You know, I don't believe he was going to follow her. I mean, let's just be real here. Or yet, put a tracker on her car. Now, she's just stupid. That's why I titled the stream from yesterday, "What's the difference between having a brain and not having one?" So, hey Twin, hey Johnson, hey Truthfinder, hey Mystery, hey Crystal, hey Sin, and everybody else coming in. So it's just kind of weird. I mean, really, you can't. Having a brain it's tough. It's tough. You have to use it. You have to think with it. It's kind of hard to have one when you. I mean, we all know Bullhorn. She ain't got one. I mean, but you have to have a brain in order to think with one. Correct me if I'm wrong. I mean, I'll wait. Well, here's the thing. I wouldn't be surprised if she did something to one of their cars. Really. And that's just my honest opinion. I wouldn't put anything past her. She's becoming dangerous. And I've been saying it since she got to Tennessee. Hell, I've been saying it since she brings up her weapon all the time and she knows how to use it. I mean, yeah, it is a piece of shit. It is a cheap ass weapon. I mean, if anybody's ever looked at it, yeah, it is a piece of shit and it looks like plastic. But still, it's a weapon. But when you threaten somebody with something like that, that's intimidation. So now we're going to move on from that. We're going to go back to the whole parking lot situation. Now, I was watching some of Nonsense's stream in the reporter room. Lady, I think you need to shut down and walk away from the internet for a while. Because you, ma'am, you sound ridiculous. When was Bullhorn ever approached 3 times? I'm only asking. Because she was only approached 1 time by the police. Where did the other 2 come in? Someone correct me. Someone please. Because here's the thing. The reporter room, I don't give a shit what your name is. I don't watch you. Why you keep showing up on my feed after I keep hitting do not recommend, I have no idea. But you're starting to get real annoying. You spread so much misinformation. I'm amazed that you have so many people watching you. As for the participants, I can understand why you don't have enough chatting in there. A lot of them are hate watching. Thank you, Mystery. That's what I thought. So where did the other 2 come in? Oh, I don't know. I don't know where you're getting your info, lady, but you might want to do some research. Stop spreading misinformation. You're just like Bullhorn, if not worse. But at least you can keep your cool. Bullhorn can't. Now, this is from Savages. I'm only going to play a few minutes of it, just the receipts part. If one of my mods can drop Savage's link for me, please, I'd appreciate it. Thank you. Now, this was like late breaking news. I mean, she went on late last night. I was about ready to go to bed. I was already laying down when she went live. And now, LFT did a really good job with hers. Savage did a really good job with theirs. Holy shit. It was like complete mind blowing. I'm still waiting for more of Bullhorn to blow her gasket. As if she didn't blow it enough this morning. But let's see. Because this right here needs to be put everywhere. We're talking Twitter, TikTok, Facebook groups, Instagram, you name it. Every freaking platform there is on this internet, this needs to be put out there. So here we go.
I'm too hot up because I know I'm getting ready to serve her ass. What?
Thank you,
What,
LFT.
Val?
I'm over here packing my suitcase, y'all.
I know. Val, I said, Val, we're getting ready to pop this shit live right now. Oh my God, I done packed up my laptop.
I know. Then I said, good God, I'm going to have to pop my Starbucks in a can.
I know she's on her last one. Now she's mad because she's going to have to go get one in the morning for the morning show. She was already fussing at me, y'all. So we ain't going to be too long. I'm about to drop this nuke. I'm getting ready to drop these nukes on Betty. And then I'm going to go to bed. Well, I ain't going to bed. But y'all can go to bed. And I'll be back in the morning.
I went to bed about 20 minutes later.
Because you know how I do. I drop shit all the time and just leave. And let the fallout begin. And let the rage begin. So look here. Look here, y'all. Look here. First thing we gonna go and let me get to my email real quick with these daggone these awesome receipts I got. Look here.
Now, mind you, these are legit. And everything was carefully analyzed. Okay? Every single piece of receipt that was shown has been carefully analyzed. These people, Savage Live, Val, T-Pack, perfect.
First we're going to take you back in time. We're going to show you some things from Google Earth because me and the team, Betty, we figured out where you were parked at.
Well,
even the bush.
She hasn't said anything about
I got you
receipts.
down to the bushes, bitch.
Not that I've heard, at least.
And we ain't talking about your big bush either. No, we're not. I'm talking about them bushes you were sitting there, you were parked in front of, and you were also parked in front of something else, and in front of something else. Yeah.
Summer, it's up as high as it's gonna go. Let me make sure my other side is up high enough. Hopefully that'll work. Maybe. I hope so.
So anyway, let me show you let's start at the beginning. And then I'll give you the finale. Because it is the finale. I'll tell you right now.
All right, I turned it up as high as I could.
All right.
In the bushes.
First. Let's go here first. I should not be getting off being this evil. But I can't help it.
Well, you asked for them.
Hey, I love it when she's evil, okay? I really do. Hey, Cotton Candy.
Can you start asking for a good time or something like that?
All right, can y'all see this right here? Now, y'all, this is where Betty was sitting at, right? What up, Isaac? Check this out. See what you done taught me? Uh-huh. Look at here. Now this is where Betty was when she was sitting, you know, when the police was around, and then she hung around for a certain amount of time, right? She kept hanging around at this particular parking spot. Okay. Well, here you go. Let me show you. Let me show you this. Let me go to my next one. Now, right here. Hold on. We found just right. Well, let me show you this first. I blew this up. Go back to StreamYard, share this. I blew it up, and this is what was shown. That made it even more valuable information right here. It's kind of blurry, but me and my team figured out this is Sam's Club gas station little part. You know, they have the gas pumps for Sam's Club. If you remember at Sam's Club,
Look, I carefully looked at this. And you know how I figured it was Sam's Club? Look, I was half tired yesterday when Savage went live. Well, last night. So it was kind of blurry on my side. But being that I can blow this up on my end with my computer, just by taking my 2 fingers and just blowing it up on my screen. You know how I knew that was Sam's Club? It's just that little emblem, the blue one, right there. That's how I knew. Because I recognize that emblem right there. It's because I shop at Sam's Club. I love Sam's Club. I love their sample carts. I'm telling you, I do. That was no joke. I do love their sample carts. I actually miss going there. I need to go back there again.
y'all keeping up? I blew up. Now this is still where
Hey,
Betty
Blue
was sitting
Bunker.
at, right?
Hey, Juno.
Now, let me show you this. And to prove this is where she was sitting, this right here. I'm going to show you this spot. Now, this is from Google Earth. If you go to Google Earth right now, right here, this is
The
what
bush
it'll
is
show.
dead.
It's a different season, right? What? What you
I
say?
said the bushes are dead.
Yeah, I know, but I'm saying if you go to Google Earth right now, because we just did earlier, you're gonna get this picture right here. Okay, but a picture, the bushes with the greenery, those trees are green, but this right here is where she was sitting, and I'm gonna zoom in and show you this. Let's go
Hey,
back to this
Christina.
one
Hey, everybody coming in.
because I'm gonna zoom in and I'm gonna show you. It says Sam's Club. Okay. Here we
No
go.
problem, LFT. It's okay, honey. Take your time.
Right here.
Hey, just
See, it says Sam's Club. Imagine that is a full of greenery. It will look exactly like the one I showed you with the greenery, the same parking spot where old Bedster was parked at. Now, why in the world would she be at the Sam's Club? Anybody know? Does anybody know why she would be at the Sam's Club? You know.
Just hanging out in a parking lot.
Well, see, that was a good question. Because if anybody can go back to um, Betty's stream, it was that very stream, that very day when this all happened. Cop just blatantly attacking Mr. Bowersox. After she went back to her hotel, she got her steak. Remember when she talked about a tracker possibly being under her car? Well, I'm wondering, did she put one under their car? I'm just asking. Girl, you better check Forgotten Whispers. Sis, you better check that receipt. You better check that receipt because you remember what happened when Bullhorn got chicken nuggets. You know what that receipt said. Don't you dare put that number in my chat. I'm just kidding. um, but be safe, honey, and hurry back. Love you. Um, hey, Wendy, honey. Um, so that's what I think she did. That's just me. I could be wrong. Okay. But it is a good question. How did she know that he would be there? How? That is a very good question. I mean, there's a million reasons why I think she would be there. But I can't simply say 100% sure she put a tracker on their car. I mean, she has let it slip that she was on and around their property. She has let that slip. That's why people have to listen carefully to her words. She lets things slip. Sometimes I think she does it on purpose though. Or she's just dumb. One or the other. Hey, twin thing. She's lucky it was him and he wasn't Karen. That could have went south. Yeah, right? Okay, Blue Bunker, you remember when JLR approached? Okay, when JLR was in, it was South Carolina, wasn't it? Murdaugh? I think it was South Carolina. And when JLR went to, what's his name, Buster Murdaugh's house, and he looked through the car window and Buster Murdaugh's girlfriend was in there, that could have went south too. So you don't roll up on you don't roll up on the Southerners' houses, okay, or their cars. That shit can go south too. Just like Betty would know, if you're hood, you don't just get out your car and just roll up on a hood member's car. That shit'll go south real fast. Okay, shit like that, you can't do that. You can't. I mean, if Betty says that she's been around all these R's, these people that have unalived people, she's been around some dangerous people, then she should know that you don't do this kind of shit. That's what makes me think that she loves being around these kind of people. Nothing scares her.
Killing time.
Because if I was around these kind of people, I'd be scared shitless, okay? That's just me. I wouldn't want to be around these types of people. But if Betty's been around these types of people, well, that tells me she does not mind being around these types of people. They don't scare her. She's all right with it. Knowing what they did, what they could do. I mean, hell, she allowed one in her chat, called them family. Who was it again? Oh, in the same town that she's in right now as we speak, to see Trump. Does the name Dolly Vision ring a bell? She let his brother in her chat. I remember that. I should find that stream too. I really should. Huh. I just gotta think about which day that was and what month. No. I gotta figure that out. I gotta go through some of my screenshots from her chat from back then. I'll think about it. Maybe it'll come to me. But yeah, she let one of them in there. And we all know what Dolly's brother did. But I digress. Let's continue on.
Uh-huh. You think so?
Mm-hmm.
I thought it was kind of odd that when the police left, she hung around and hung around and hung around, you know what I'm saying? Until this was dropped. Can y'all see that? Can y'all see that right there? I'm gonna let it sit there
Zoom
for a
it
minute.
on in, girl. Oh, okay.
Oh, I just wanted to see that. Who put it out? Y'all see who said that? Y'all see who said that? And I'm about to show you something else, a close up too of the time. Remember the time Betty was there? Because I very remember I went live between
Uh-oh.
4 and 4:30 here Eastern Standard Time, so that would have made it like
Probably
three
most.
thirty
I'll look through my
where she was
screenshots
at
from
in
that day. Thank you.
Hendersonville. Uh huh. So right here we got the receipt from Mr. Bowersox themselves right here
Hey, Life Rewinded. How you doing, sweetheart?
with the time and the date. And guess what? He even went in there and bought him some crackers. Sure did. Look here, I'm getting ready to present it. Here you go. Here you go. There it is. There it is right there. See that? Y'all see that? Do y'all see that?
If nobody can see it, it says June 25th at 3:23 p.m. Tuesday. I think that says it all. So I'm convinced. She waited around. She did. She sure did. Y'all go sub up to Savage. Give that video a like, a view, and spread that on every single platform that you can find on this internet. I'm not even kidding. So we're going to travel back 4 days because there is a couple of things. Because, see, Bullhorn wants to, constantly lie. Well, you know what? I'm going to throw those lies back in her face. I'm pretty good at that. I've got all of her stuff recorded and downloaded just in case. Just in case. Because I know how she likes to hide stuff. And in case she does hide it, well, I'll clip it and I'll put it out. Either way, I still got it. Just like what she said about Forgotten Whispers. I told you I would put that shit on TikTok, and I sure the fuck did. As of 2.5 hours ago, sure did. In just 1 hour, that clip, that one single clip, got over 580 some odd views in just 1 hour. Now it's up to probably 600 or something last time I checked. I told Betty I would do it. Bet me I wouldn't. Well, I did. And I sure did tag, not tag, but I hashtag child advocates. I did. I did. I did. Because you're going to claim to be a child advocate? Well, I think they would want to hear what you had to say to someone in your chat that wasn't even in your chat. It was just a troll. And there are child advocates on this platform that also do TikTok, so they would also see that too. Just saying. Don't underestimate me. I will put that shit out. All right. This is 5 days ago. No, 4 days ago. Sorry. The 24th. And we're going to listen to what Bullhorn had to say about breaking the law. And that's what she's going to do. Again, threats are still coming. And what did she say about Sebastian being a defect? Well, let's hear it.
words and making sense of all this. Okay, I got to be honest with you. This lack of sleep. Every time I do these jobs, that's the one thing I don't get is sleep. It's so hard to get sleep because you're working literally around the clock, and even when you try to rest or lay your head down, your brain's running a mile a minute about all the things that you need to be doing. But I've got to do it myself as well. So I'd like to go ahead and get that captured.
Let me slow it down a little bit. We'll slow it down. Turn this on. All right. Here we go.
And understood, but I want to make sure that it's done on the night. And we may need to have some ticket money. We might have to have some ticket money on the side because I'm going to speed.
She's going to speed.
There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. When I do the trip, I'm going to do it twice. It's going to be at regular speed, and it's going to be at the top speed that I can get at without getting in trouble. And so I may end up getting a ticket testing those waters out.
Well, Betty, getting a ticket is getting in trouble. It is. I mean, you still got to pay for it, but you're still getting in trouble for it. Just saying. Just throwing that out there.
Comes with the territory. It is what it is. I haven't had a ticket in so long. If it gives me a little ding, I'm okay with it. Okay. I really am. I don't.
But you're still asking for the ticket money, though. Your pay piggies here, that you like to call them, they're going to get you ticket money. They're going to pay for it. Of course they are. You've already brought that up before, too. But go on.
Foresee them, tracking me down and taking me to jail for speeding. So I think I'll be good. I'm going to be breaking the law. Yes, I'm going to be breaking law. I'm publicly breaking the law.
She's publicly breaking the law. How about that? She's going to publicly be breaking the law. Okay, so now I want you guys to keep that part in mind. She's going to be publicly breaking the law. And that goes for making those threats. That goes for making threats too. Now, regardless if she lives up to those threats that she's made, in this next stream we're going to watch in a bit, well, that's to be seen. Because, she does make threats. But does she ever live up to those threats? Well, we don't know. She's all talk. Very little action. That pause job's right on point. All right, let's see. What's the next one? 10:03. There we go.
So you keep your little group and you can take it and sit it and shove it.
She get mad at a group that she's not even part of. I guess they made some posts about her. I don't know. I don't really care. I'm not part of Facebook groups, so I don't know what was said. But she's just mad because she couldn't reply back. They blocked her, or she blocked. Well, no, they blocked her and then she blocked them. It was just a little sob story for her. It doesn't really matter.
Where the sun don't shine. Next time you want to say something to me, have some factual information. Everything you listed in this message to me.
Well, that's pretty convenient too, because you never have factual information. But hell, you know what? Continue on. We're still waiting for you to put out factual information. Like this one. Can this person right here in your, I've said it before, can this person right here, this Kate McMahon, can this person here put out any factual information that Katie enjoys being a fake part-time mother? No. Oh, by the way, hey, twin, I have a surprise for you. Hey, Kathy. Twin, if you're still in chat, I got a surprise for you. Hey, Aaron. No, I haven't. I didn't get it. My phone should have went off. I'll go check now.
Why? And clearly you didn't hear it or see it for yourself, because if you had, that wouldn't have been written, because it wasn't done. So if anybody here knows who Kevin Hall is, give him a big old fat middle finger from Bullhorn Betty and tell him don't ever call me, write me, or anything ever again. I don't want anything to do with his groups, and I'm going to dog him from this point forward. Why? Because he's an idiot. So you can clip that and send it to him. Okay, good. Well, go ahead and send him the screenshot. There you go, Kevin. Enjoy. And some balls to get a response. Well, you know what? And to block me? You're going to sit here and say, fill a whole message with nothing but lies and then block me so I can't even tell you that that's a lie or give you any kind of supporting information to defend myself
Maybe.
against this bullshit? And you're running a group? Well, Kevin, I've seen some of the crap that you wrote in that group, and my friend, you're an idiot. You're an idiot, and anybody associated with your group's an idiot. Okay? That's coming straight from Bullhorn Betty. Somebody that's not an idiot. Okay? That knows how to actually go out and look and evaluate information and actually.
You looked for 17 minutes in the woods. That's hardly looking. And you bitched the whole time. That's hardly looking. You brought coffee with you. That's hardly looking. And we're talking, I don't know what, the temperature is in Florida. I don't. But I would know not to bring coffee with me. Especially roaming around in the woods. I'd be bringing water to keep hydrated. Anybody who knows that, who actually does camping, would know to bring water to stay hydrated, especially when you're going on searches. Betty, don't you have camping gear on your Amazon list? You might want to put, like, maybe, I don't know. Never mind. You know what? Fuck it. I ain't even going to give you the idea. There you go. It's freaking hot and muggy. Well, in Kathy's words, so muggy. But that's all you did, was just bitch and complain, stickers and all. I mean, hell, you live in Florida. Your words, not mine.
Investigate shit instead of just taking some Yahoo's word for it.
Hey, Lady Pants.
Just saying, Kevin, idiot. Probably gonna get his feelings hurt. Go back to the idiot side of the road. That really it doesn't really matter. See what I did to you? So even when you realize you're full of shit, and you say, oh my gosh, I was too mean to Betty because it was a lie, don't come over here asking for forgiveness. I really don't care. I may be a Christian, but I ain't one of those Christians, okay? I'm lucky I'm going to church, okay? And as a matter of fact, I missed church yesterday. I gotta watch it today.
She's lucky she's going to church. Well, if you were so for church, if you were 100% for church, you would actually follow the Bible, follow everything that it says in the Bible. And if you were a full Christian, well, you would know that Christians have respect. They don't speak in the most vile and most disturbing language like you, Betty. And their behavior, it's not appalling like yours. And if they were, acting out like you are, they would go to their pastor and talk to him because that's the one person they trust. Have you done that? Oh, wait, you said your pastor is okay with the way you speak to people. Got it. My fault. That's why I call bullshit on everything that you're saying.
Today on my way back to wherever I'm going today because I missed it yesterday.
Hey, Brittany.
Hey, Bean Feather.
How
Maybe
you
it'll help me
doing?
feel better, right? I haven't been to church in 2 weeks, and But I think I got all the gunk out of my system. I just like stepping away so I can get, half hood. Every now and again, I got to get half hood. And when I got to get half hood, I already know.
You ain't half hood. You need to knock that shit off. Someone who's half hood doesn't tell people in their chat, nor call them hoochie mamas. That's how I know you ain't hood. Sit the fuck down, Betty. Sit the fuck down.
I already know that it ain't gonna be pretty. So I'll pray for myself when I walk back through those doors.
Or half skids, right?
I don't do much like a preacher. I'm just saying, okay? But hey, I'm still here.
Betty, why don't you go take a walk down Skid Row? Do you know how dirty that place is? Even today, that place is dirty. I mean, fuck, 10 years ago, that place was dirty. 20 years ago, that place was dirty. It's worse now. I mean, fuck. That place is nasty. I mean, you think you're Skid Row? Go walk down the street. I want you to live stream it. I mean, shit. I'll take that walk with you. If you're Skid Row, I'll take that walk with you. That place doesn't scare me. I don't scare easy. But I'll take that walk with you. As long as it gets live streamed, though. And you have to be there. You do. Because if you chicken out, then I know you're full of shit. You ain't Skid Row. But I already know you're not Skid Row, and you wouldn't show up anyway. So, either way. But, you know, the offer stands.
I still wake up every day praying. That's all that's required. I'm not required to be
Hey,
perfect. I'm just required to
Stars.
show
How
up.
you doing, honey?
I have been
I
showing
miss
up.
you.
I will. And when I do, I'm sure it's gonna be a lot of. I want to hear the angels singing. Oh, about time she made it back. About time she made it back. We can't handle her when she's like this. No, not Betty.
I'm so glad I skipped that part the first time, or at least I hope I did, because I don't think I don't remember her doing that. Please, Lord, tell me I skipped that part, because that hurt my freaking ears. It actually drowned it up the background of my music.
Not Butthead Betty. We need good Betty back. We need good Betty back.
Probably break time.
Dharma. Hold on, let me see what you guys got going on here. Somebody's explaining something to explain something. I explained
Look,
something. I got a lot
let
of
me
messages in
explain
here.
something to you. I wouldn't go for a walk down Skid Row with her. I wouldn't go for a walk down Skid Row, period. Why? Because I ain't that dumb. All you got to do is look at the pictures, and you'll see what that place looks like. It is nasty. It's gross. That place needs to be cleaned up like stat. But no. Brittany said, you did not just put that shit in my chat. Really, girl? Did you just put that word in my chat? She did. She just pulled that out of Betty's book. Brittany, see, how dare you? You gotta be ashamed of yourself. Hi, Heather. How you doing, my fiery, feisty sister? Skid Row would be part like the seas if Betty walked through. Look, I'm just being an asshole, and plus I'm just trolling her with that one. I wouldn't go walking down Skid Row, let alone be caught in public with Bullhorn, okay? I value myself, okay? I like myself. I still wouldn't be caught in public with her.
I don't know how I'm gonna read all these messages. I really don't. What is this?
I know, baby. You're good. You're good, Brittany.
Yeah. I don't want to read those things. Yeah. Andrew, they're asking you to explain your comment that Sebastian is no.
Here we
what
go.
I mean, as far as that's the way. I know people will try to take and turn my words around, like when I say defective, but I'm speaking as her, not me. You know how she doesn't have this defective.
When she says she's trying to speak as her, she means she's trying to speak as Katie. Because she thinks that's what Katie thinks. That Katie thinks her son is a defect. Or defective. Betty doesn't know what Katie's thought process is. She doesn't know what goes through Katie's head or her brain. Just like we don't know what goes through Bullhorn's brain. Why? Because her brain just spills right out of her mouth. That's it. But how the fuck would she know what Katie's thinking? These are Bullhorn's words and her words only. Unless Katie's come right out and said, my son's a defect, he's defective. Which she has never, ever come out and said that. Again, these are Bullhorn's words, not Katie's. So right here, Bullhorn is she's just shooting the shit right out of her ass with this one.
A child, she's got this sweet child. Her child had a lot of problems. Okay, Sebastian Rogers had a lot of problems. He had disabilities.
Sebastian didn't have problems like people are making it out to be. People need to look up what the word highly functioning means. I swear. Y'all think highly functioning means that that people that are autistic Y'all think that people that are autistic that have high functioning that they can't do anything for themselves. I swear, people who think that way, y'all need to go get evaluated because I'm getting real sick of you people thinking that people or children that that are autistic because like I've explained this before in past streams, there are a few, just a few autisms out there. Now, when it's highly functioning, people really need to look up what highly functioning means. And you'll get a general idea. But she speaks as if Sebastian couldn't take care of himself. He couldn't do this and that and the other. She's trying to make him out to be a kid that is very annoying to their parent, i.e., Katie and Chris, which is not true. Which is why she keeps spreading hate against them by making up all these lies and bullshit stories and theories. And it's something that she's continuously doing with every case that she covers.
He had, a chromosome deletion program or deletion syndrome. He had outbursts. And just seeing that joy on her face, hugging on Faith, made me sick. And so in my mind, I feel like she's just saying this perfect new child instead of my defective one, because I believe that woman offed her son. That's what I mean by it. That is exactly what I mean by it. I'm not speaking for me. I love that boy. I think that boy had a lot of problems. I think
she doesn't. Okay, you know what? She doesn't love that boy. She doesn't. If she loved that boy, she wouldn't be calling him a defective. She wouldn't sit there on a live stream and say that his mom shot him right out from between her legs. If you loved him, you wouldn't say that, would you, Betty? You wouldn't say that his own mother offed him, would you, Betty? You want me to continue? Because you said some horrible shit. And I still want to know how his own father, Seth Rogers, sits in your chat as a mod and yucks this all in and is okay with your fucking disturbing behavior about the way you talk about his child. I'm curious. I'd love to hear from him about how he enjoys this kind of behavior and this kind of talk from you about his own child. I'm curious. Curious minds want to know. Because I ain't the only one around here that want to know what his thought process is about the way you talk about his child. Because see, you can't pick one, can you? You can't pick one. You can't pick whether he's here or he's gone. That's why this makes me think a lot of different things about him. Seth Rogers. I think a lot of things about Seth Rogers. Now, whether or not I choose to go into what I think about him will be for another day. It'll take an entire live stream for me to tell everybody what I think about Seth Rogers and what his actions from the start of him coming onto this platform to right now being in your chat, being okay with the shit that you keep spewing from your lips.
He defied odds. He deserves to be here. But I feel like her and Chris treated him like he was a defect in their life. And so that's what I'm saying. I believe that she treated him like that. I believe the way she's holding Faith proves that. She's a disgusting individual. And
Betty, the only disgusting individual is you. Because you showed a picture of that little girl. Y'all think that little girl's in danger? She ain't in danger. She's in good hands. And y'all motherfuckers on this platform and other platforms, even on TikTok, y'all are fucking dangerous. By showing a little girl who's being held by her stepmother. And you're making up lies about the whole custody thing. You don't know their arrangement. You don't know shit. She's allowed to be with Chris and Katie for the summer. Well, just Chris. But see, Katie's his wife. So therefore, both of them for the summer. But seeing as that's none of your business to begin with, Betty, you don't know their arrangement. You don't know the situation. So you speaking on that little girl, you need to stop because you're a freaking weirdo. And the rest of these mofos around here that keep showing that little girl's picture, that keep talking about that little girl, y'all are just a bunch of weirdos. I have heard nothing, and I mean nothing but that little girl's name for weeks and weeks. And that shit needs to stop because it's becoming concerning. Because you're putting that little girl in danger.
I feel that she got rid of her defective child for one that
She got rid of her defective child. Mm-hmm. So my question for Seth Rogers is, are you okay with Bullhorn calling your son a defective child? I think you are, Seth. I think you are okay with it. I really do. Because nobody knows anybody else's thought process. Let me see. I'm going to pick a couple of random people out of my chat. Like Mystery, I don't know what her thought process is about anything or anybody. Heather, I don't know what her thought process is about anything or anybody. Same goes for J-Dub. Same goes for LFT. Same goes for Lady Pants. I don't know what their thought process is about anything or anybody. Only they do. I don't know shit. The only way I'm going to know about their thought process about anyone or anything is if they tell me. That's it. I'm not going to assume shit, and I'm not going to spit shit out of my mouth that is disgusting and vile like this one does. So my question is, what is your thought process about the disgusting and vile shit that she says about your child? And about her calling your son defective? See, that's a good question. My guess you're okay with it. Because you ain't telling her to stop. You ain't telling her that you don't like it. You're letting her.
And so that's what I'm saying. I believe that she treated him like that. I believe the way she's holding faith proves
Hey,
that.
Lady Longwolf, how you
She's
doing,
a disgusting
honey?
individual. And I feel that she got rid of her defective child for one that wasn't. If you want my truth.
Welcome,
If you want my
Tracy
truth.
Thompson. Glad to have you,
What if
sweetheart.
you're wrong? I have to deal with that all the time. I'd rather. What if you're wrong? You're sitting here supporting monsters. I'd rather be wrong about accusing somebody. You know what? This is the problem with people, ma'am.
No, ma'am. No, ma'am. There's only two people in here. Two people in here that run these YouTube streets. Okay. Two. And those two people are.
Hey, y'all, news flash. These two right here, that one, where she go? And that one. That right there's double trouble. Y'all double trouble. We about daggone creative monsters with them two.
Mm-hmm. We're the double troubles. We're the ones that run the shit. Not really, but we're just the double trouble. We're the ones that have the better eyes around here and the most observant. That's right. We see and hear shit, Betty.
I'm gonna call you ma'am because I know you're a man. Because the only people that have, the need is women. This comment right here is a woman comment. So let me just break it down for you.
Who's she talking to? I'm curious now. Who's she talking to? See, Betty, you gotta be careful before you label somebody. What, box of chocolates? I wonder, is that the one she's talking to? Box of chocolates. What if that's a man, Betty? You just mislabeled them, misgendered them. Because, you know, a man can have that kind of channel name, box of chocolates. You know, men do like chocolate, right? They do. Surprising, isn't it? Shocking, isn't it? Just saying.
I would rather be wrong on my side of the fence than be wrong on your side of the fence. Okay?
See, there you go. There you go. So it doesn't matter what we show over here. It's still not going to be good enough. But you know what? It is good enough. You know why? Because people are actually listening. And right here, this case is a whole new low for her. A whole new low. You thought Quentin Simon was worse? Oh, no, 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 no. This one is the worst. This one just rates number one. Number one. Because it does also show that she's right and we're wrong. But we come with the facts. We come with the receipts. We don't say or do anything without showing the receipts of everything. This one here, where does the receipts come from? From Betty. Where? Right there in her mouth. The moment she opens her mouth, there's your receipts. That's it. She doesn't show what we show. She thinks what comes out of her mouth is better than anybody else's receipts. But at the end of the day, you know what? We did our job and people are listening.
I would rather be wrong on my side of the fence than wrong on your side of the fence because you are on the side that's most likely supporting. I don't know who you are. I'm just saying because of your comment. Sounds like you're supporting Chris and Katie Proudfoot.
Because of this comment, it sounds like that person is supporting Chris and Katie Proudfoot. What if you're wrong? Dude, really? Really? I'm just curious. How is that showing that you support Chris and Katie Proudfoot? What if you're wrong? Someone tell me. I'm curious. I just want to know. What if I were to go to Savage right now and ask her, what if she's wrong about her video that she just presented last night? Do you think I'm going to get the same attitude as her? No. No, I wouldn't. I wouldn't get that kind of attitude from her like this one. No. Why? Because Savage has always been that type of person that will tell you, always do your research. Go and find your own research. But here's the thing. When the receipts are just that good, well, you can't pass it up. And those receipts that she showed, well, fuck. What can you do? What can you do with those? I mean, yeah, anybody can go find their own receipts, but I can tell you they won't match up that perfect like her video. That's why everybody needs to go and watch them, because you know what? She was following Mr. Bowersocks. She was stalking him. And then she made a whole donkey's ass out of herself and broke the law by jumping out into oncoming traffic at a red light. That is breaking the law. Oh, and also live streaming while driving when there's hands-free law in Tennessee. Betty, not supposed to live stream and drive. I read it. I'll even drop it in the chat in just a minute too. You dumb, Betty. You're dumb.
I can't make you make things click in your brain for you. I can't do that for you. Only you can do that for yourself.
No,
But I can't.
no. Stop right there. You do try to make things click into people's brains. You do. Because if it doesn't fit your narrative, you go off on people and you try to stick it to their brains. But when it doesn't work, you get even more mad. But also, you just get mad because you get called a liar. You get mad when you're asked for the receipts. You get mad when things don't go your way. I mean, you say you like to trigger people? I mean, I do have that clip too. I really do. I have it. You claim that you like to trigger people, and this is courtesy of my twin. And this is what Betty said.
And I love triggering you. And I'm going to continue to do it until you get the message.
There you go. She's going to keep triggering you until you get the message. So therefore, she's never going to shut up until you get the message. And right there, she'll continue coming after you until you get the message.
I tell you, as a boy was in his home with his mother and his mother alone, there is not one scintilla receipt that you can produce that can show that that boy walked out of the house. You know how I know that? Because every piece of evidence that I produce has none of that. And
she's never produced one single, and I'm going to take this one out of her book, scintilla of receipt. And I used air quotes with scintilla. She's never produced one single receipt at all. But here's another idea, Betty. How come you haven't asked Seth Rogers about the trash truck that he identified? Huh? Why? See, that's a good question. Have you listened to that dispatch yet, Betty? I'm guessing you haven't. Uh-oh. There's a jinx party going on in the chat between J-Dub and LFT. All right, y'all. You stay out of that one. Y'all are going to start getting pinched. Have you asked him about that, Betty? I'm guessing you haven't. Oh, Brittany, see, she is the receipt. She thinks everything that comes out of her mouth is a receipt. She doesn't have to show it. Unlike us around here, we have to show receipts. We do. It's required. We can't just come up on our platforms and start spewing shit like she does, because we're going to be asked, where are the receipts? Where are they at? But her, no. She'll start getting triggered if you start asking her for the receipts. And it's a true fact. She does. Like this one here. She's getting mad over a comment as simple as this. What if you're wrong? She's getting mad over that? Like, what in the hell? I swear, if I started spazzing out over a comment like this, or like these simplest comments like this, I don't belong on this platform. I don't.
I have receipts. But nobody else seems to have receipts when they come in here with those kind of comments.
See, that's not true. Because there are other channels out there that do have the receipts. You don't think that people email her with receipts? I'm going to bet you anything that people do email her with receipts. She just bypasses them. Because if they ain't her receipts, they don't matter. And that's my opinion. And I'm going to stick to my opinion.
I would rather be wrong on my side of the fence than wrong on your side of the fence. Because being wrong on your side of the fence means you supported a monster. Okay?
They're monsters. Just remember that. They're monsters. And I thought me and Summer were monsters. Well, okay. We still are. I mean, it doesn't matter. Yeah, she just has subscribers that believe in her. Yeah. Summer, where are you? You're going to love this next clip. I'm telling you, girl. You're going to love it. She'll never believe who I found in her chat.
Being wrong on my side of the fence means I have to apologize. Just saying.
That'll never happen, by the way. Never happen. Let's talk about this for a second. Okay, let's talk about this. What'll happen? What will happen if all of this came out that Chris and Katie had nothing whatsoever to do with Sebastian gone missing? And everything that Betty has said, everything that Betty has done, everything that Betty has accused them of, everything that she has said about them. Do you think that Betty will apologize? Put a 1 in the chat if you think she'll apologize. Put a 2 in the chat if you think she won't. And I mean she won't apologize. 1, she will apologize. 2, she won't. Damn, that's a lot of 2s coming in. Shit, Betty. Well, I think my chat knows how full of shit you are. Because see, here's the thing. Betty has never, ever said that she was sorry. Ever. Nope. Oh, Lord, Isaac. Really? Well, I'm taking that answer for Isaac as a no. Isaac, you troublemaker. All right. This one is from... Ooh, I was about to kick myself out of StreamYard. This one's from 5 days ago. Now, I found this one to be funny. Why? Well, because I found someone in her chat as I was recording this 5-minute clip. Someone who kept trolling my chat the last 3 streams that I had just about a week ago. But then she moved on to my comment section. Miss Robin. Now I know where you do hang out. Now you said you weren't a Bullhorn fan. Nice try, you crazy ass. You are a Bullhorn fan. I'm about to prove it too. Because this clip I recorded from 5 days ago from her backup channel. Girl, you was dropping green hearts in her chat. You sure were. You were. Oh yeah, Blue Bunker. Not only did she try to troll my chat the last 3 times I went live, she tried to troll my comment sections too. She commented on everybody's comment on my community post. Every single one of them. Fucking blowing it up and spamming it. So, I hit her. You ain't gonna spam my shit. I'm gonna tell you that right now. And you are not gonna argue with my people. I won't let that shit happen either. So, here's one thing. You fucked around and you got found out. Oh, and Isaac, it's okay. I know you're okay, Isaac. It's all right. You're just being silly. All right. Now, let me blow it up a little bit. Sorry, guys. You guys gotta see the bullhorn up close. Sorry. My fault. Not really. I'm not that sorry, but you know, here we go.
Hey, eye for an eye, tooth for a tooth. You can suck on that. And I absolutely, totally mean that.
And there she is. There she is, Robin. Right there. The crazy ass kook that kept spamming my comment section on my community posts, trying to pick a fight with my people and commenting on every single comment that was in that comment section of my community wall. And not just that, she kept coming into my chat in the last 3 streams I had about a week ago. And it took Summer to get rid of her. Because Summer has simply just had enough. So we knew she was a Bullhorn fan. We knew. But seeing her in this chat, though, I gave the woman the benefit of the doubt. But this just told me she is a Bullhorn fan. Sure did. Don't fuck around my shit. I'm telling you right now. Mess around my chat. Well, that's why I tell everybody, watch the chats. They tell you everything.
I really don't care who beats me up. Unsubscribe. I don't care. I do not care.
And see, that's why you tell people like this one, unsubscribe from me. I don't care. I don't. Well, that's fine. She can continue to do that. You know why? It's just going to hurt her in the long run. It's going to continue to make her channel go downward instead of making her channel flourish.
You guys have watched what these people have done to me for 3 solid years. And will
Ain't nobody done nothing to you for 3 solid years. You done it to yourself. But what kind of things are you talking about, though? See, I didn't review this, but I'm going to review this part now. So, but what I'm asking Bullhorn is, what 3 years? What are you talking about? What do these people do? Because let's see. You put all your shit out there. You tell everybody where you're going. You tell everybody what city, what state, what town you're going to be in, what county you're going to be in. You live stream everything. When you're out and about in a city, state, county, town, whatever, you can't put your phone down. You have to always live stream it. When you're in a hotel, you fucking live stream that shit. Any person with a normal brain would know to put up a fucking green screen. Duh. Hello. Or, you know, that's why they put up a green screen. Hey, Nina Kelly. But see, Bullhorn, you ain't normal. You will never be normal. Because anybody who spits out the shit that you did, like Forgotten Whispers, would slit a kid's throat for a click and a view, that ain't fucking normal. You know what? I have an idea. Let's see what the views are on that TikTok post real quick. Because I'm curious. Let's see where it's at. Damn. How long ago did I post this shit? Posted this shit 4 hours ago. It's got 1,053 views on it already in 4 hours. Bullhorn is climbing. And you know what? Why did you block me on TikTok too? I wasn't going to type in your chat. I wasn't. But you blocked me anyway the moment you saw my name in there. Boop, I'm out. You guys are some soft mofos over there, I swear. Damn. But that's all right. I hashtagged your name. And when you hashtag someone's name, it's still going to come up that you're on there. And so will all your posts. So either way, it works out better for me. But it's at 1,050. What did I say? What did I say it was at? 1,053 in 4 hours. Still climbing.
will not stop. I'm literally in court trying to get this stuff to stop, and it won't.
She's talking about her lawsuit with Queen Bee.
And I tell you what, since 200,000-300,000, when I go after broke toes, I'm going for millions of dollars against her.
I'm sorry. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. That actually made me giggle. I'm sorry. All right. What she just said just made me giggle. I'm sorry.
Literally literally in court trying to get this stuff to stop, and it won't. And I tell you what, since $200,000-300,000, when I go after burnt toast, I'm going for millions of dollars against her. Like I want it to be very impactful because what she did to me was wrong. And
She's gonna go after burnt toast for millions. That's that. I can't. Millions. What makes you think burnt toast has millions of dollars? God, I can't. What makes you think she's got that kind of money? If she had that kind of money, I seriously doubt she'd be up on this platform. Hell, if any of us had millions of dollars, we wouldn't be up on this platform. Shit, we'd be living the best lives that we had. Uh-huh. Huh? PHP is welcome to my part of town. I'm only 10 miles. Oh, I'm only 10 miles away from 10 miles from Hendersonville. I will give her all kinds of Thor, behave yourself. Thor, are you trying to be gangster? They're trying to be gangster, yo. I'm just kidding. I'm kidding. But Betty, stop it. Stop. And burnt toast ain't done jack shit to you. But all the shit that you've done to her, well, everybody already knows. It's well documented.
And it's for no other purpose than to harass a private citizen. She did it maliciously, she did it intentionally, and she did it willfully.
Do you know what the term... we already went over this, Betty. I went over what harassing is. Do I need to go over it again? Please don't make me do it again. I really hate bringing out those fucking definitions. Okay? If I do it 3 times, I don't normally do it a 4th time, because when I do it 3 times, it means I've gotten my fucking point across. I don't usually go for a 4th time around. But no, she hasn't harassed you. For someone who knows the law, who knows definitions, you kind of suck at it. And I say that, and I'm being kind about it too, because as a paralegal, they're supposed to know what harassment means. They're supposed to know what intimidation means. They're supposed to know what stalking means. But the terms that you use them in, they're incorrect. That's why someone like me, I will go look up the proper terms. And I'll just put them right in front of your face. Hence, the reason I was blocked in your chat. Again, I don't know if it was you or one of your mods. I'm guessing it was one of your mods that blocked me. I don't really care. That was over 2 years ago. I'm still waiting to be unblocked. But not really. I'm not holding my breath or anything.
And she continues to do it, and so did both of them and their team. So their team.
What team? What team? Oh, never mind. I know what team. Duh. Same team that you've been talking about. Still can't prove that team, by the way.
It's being directed. We know who the director is, and that's who I've got it for. So that's.
But really, who is the director? Betty? Is it Clue? Is Clue the director? Yeah, I don't think Clue's the director. Or is it the Proudfoots? No, I don't think the Proudfoots are the directors. No. I can tell you right now, and this is my own honest opinion, because look, again, I don't know what the Proudfoots process is, their thought process, what they think. And this is just my guess. My guess. They think she's fucking nuts. That's just my guess. My guess only, in my opinion only. And if I were Katie, shit. I'd be thinking she was nuts from day one.
That's all there is to it. And they're trying to bring up, I have a personal life. I'm allowed to have a personal life. YouTube is not.
Everybody's allowed to have a personal life, Betty. Ain't nobody taking that away from you. What the hell are you talking about? Nobody's taking that away from you. You're putting your personal life out there. None of us are. Burnt Toast ain't doing it. Savage ain't doing it. Clue ain't doing it. Nobody's doing it. You are. And only you. Again, there ain't enough hours in the day for me to pull every single video and clip of yours to show that you are the one putting out your life in the universe on these YouTube streets. You. There ain't enough hours in the day for me to do that. And I should have brought this up yesterday. I wouldn't even waste my time doing it either. Why? Because we already know you're the one that puts your shit out there. And it's not anybody over here. It's nobody over there. It's nobody in anybody else's community. Nobody's doing it. You are. You, Betty.
YouTube does not get my personal life. And that's what they tried to do. And now they're trying to say, oh, she lied about it. No, I did not lie. You don't get my personal life. And neither do the courts. Neither do the courts.
No, they will when they start reviewing your streams. They will. You're putting it out there once again for the umpteenth fucking time. You're putting it out there. But hey, continue putting your stuff out there. You know why? Well, you can't put that phone down. Just like Seth Rogers, he can't seem to go out and about and not put that phone down. He's got to be filming every single second. But I'll give him one thing, though. I haven't seen him out and about filming. I haven't.
So,
hey, WNC Granny.
it'll be what it is. I really don't care. They had no business talking about shit they knew nothing about. They had no business lying to their audience to incite them. They had no business doing any of it. They chose to.
Oh, wait a minute. Let's back that up a second, Betty. What about what you did at Crude AF? You lied about him. I don't need to go into any of that issue with Crude AF because everybody already knows about it. But what about Crude? You went after him so hard. You lied about everything. Let's not go down that rabbit hole, Betty. You dox people. You go real life. You. Nobody else has gone real life on you. As you claim, you go real life.
To do it. They're having to deal with the consequences of it. And what do? They decide to bash even more. It's pretty sad that they can't seem to find anybody else to talk about except me. Really?
Oh, no, Betty, we can talk about you. We can talk about other people. Except when you're making threats towards other creators, it's better for all of us to let other creators know what you're doing. In case they haven't heard. In case they forget. Because there are some creators that don't even watch you that should be aware of the actions that you put out on your platform towards other creators. So, yeah. When you're making threats the way you are and the way you do, I prefer to let other creators know what you're capable of and the things that you say.
Like I'm out here looking for what am I doing so wrong? They're obsessed with me. They're not even obsessed with you. They're obsessed with putting my name in their title because nobody will listen.
Is my name in her title? No, not this time. Shit, I haven't even put the hashtags in my description. I think in the last 3 streams, maybe 4, I don't know. I keep forgetting to put the hashtags in there. But you're not in my title. If I want to put your name in my title, I will. But see, you've got me blocked, so I can't @sign you and then put your name in there. Why? Oh, because you got me blocked, so you won't come up.
Any otherwise.
Oh, and by the way, Betty, I've said this before. I'll say it again. You're nobody to be obsessed with. You ain't that special.
Nobody literally listens to them. They talk about anything else, their numbers drop. If you don't believe me, go look.
Hey, Halo. How you
They're not doing
doing?
it for any other purpose than a click and a view. And I thought that's what you guys didn't like. The click and the view, profiting off of true crime, right? Tragedy pumping. But she can't, right? She covered Anna Stout, right? She's covering the case of Sebastian Rogers, right?
Who now? She's not dropping any names, but who in the hell is she talking about? Because I know she ain't talking about burnt toast. Because burnt toast is not true crime. Everybody knows that. Burnt toast comes from a whole different community. So who the fuck is she talking about? There's only one other person she's talking about, and that's the one she's in a lawsuit with. And let me remind you guys, this is from 5 days ago. Savage is not true crime. Cluminati will cover anything. But right now she's covering this. And that's Sebastian. Savage, again, not crime, not true crime. She's strictly drama. She's also Boyd. So she's got to be talking about, yeah. Well, mystery, I'm not sure. I'm strictly drama, but I will open my panel for everybody, anybody from any community. But I'm also strictly true crime. Shit, I'm about ready to call myself true crime. Shit, I need the ruler. I'm strictly drama community, but I open my panel for all communities. It doesn't matter what community you come from. Hell, if someone came from the knitting community, I let them up on my panel. But I am 100% strictly drama community. I am also Boyd as well.
I mean, that is a tragedy, right? She is profiting off of it. Why is it okay for her? Why is it somehow okay for her to talk about true crime cases, but the rest of us that discuss these cases and actually get out in the field to find the real facts?
Okay, that's what I want to touch down on. See, this is what I like about Betty. She says this all the time. Why doesn't anybody, not just one person, anybody, and she's said this before, why doesn't anybody go out like her and search, hang up flyers, hang up, billboards and whatnot? Why doesn't anybody like us, why don't we go out and do it? See, this is why I think she's a little wet behind the ears. Because we can do so much on this side of the internet, and the internet's a beautiful thing. Okay, it's a beautiful thing. We can do so much on our end, on our side of the internet, without having to go out and search. Although, we're not like Bullhorn though. We're not going to go out and search and wonder if we're fucking up a crime scene. We're not going to go and search with our phones, filming the whole time, and wonder if we're going to record something that could potentially be evidence. But that's what Bullhorn does. Bullhorn, like what she did when she was out in the woods looking for that little boy, whom, by the way, it was only one person. It was a veteran who walked out of the woods with that little boy who went missing. A veteran. Not Betty. A veteran. But she tried to tie herself into, we found him. No. A veteran. That's it. Now, do you think Betty would have put the phone down if he wasn't found not in good shape. I'll just put it right. I'll put it that way. Or do you think she would have filmed it? Because I think she would have filmed it. I really do. I think she would have filmed something like that. Because I tell you this, okay? I'm not going to go out and search where I think I'm going to be fucking something up. Where there's potential evidence somewhere. You don't know where you're going. You yourself could get lost, okay? When you're out searching, there's not always a command post. Okay? There's not. Some places do for missing and endangered. There are command posts. Like the ones for Sebastian. Why do you think Dolly and JLR were turned away? Look, I made some jokes about Dolly. I sure did. Oops. I did. I made some jokes. But those were just meaningless jokes. But I'm curious, why were they turned away from searching? And then JLR had to go on the offense and start bitching and complaining about why he was turned away. My thing is, with Betty doesn't care. She doesn't. She would film something like that and put it on her platform. Do you think Molly cared when she recorded a 5-year-old in a church during Summer Wells? Do you think she cared? She recorded that girl with a spy cam. Well, a spy pen in her boobs. Do you think Molly cared? And she put that on her platform. And that was a 5-year-old. She didn't care. You think Betty would care? No, I don't think Betty would care. I really don't. But for us over here, we can do so much on the internet, and we don't have to go out and about and worry if we're going to break the law or something, or fuck up evidence, or potentially step on a crime scene. And we wouldn't be like Betty, though. We'd follow the rules. The rules never apply to Betty. Oh, hell. I don't remember hearing that. Oh. I don't remember hearing that, J-Dub. That's gross. She tried to find Audrey Cunningham's before. Ellie even says she would go around Ellie at night to find her around that river. But that's why, like, why Betty keeps saying that? Why don't they go and do something? Well, we don't have to. We're not lawbreakers like Betty. And we're not going to make up stories and bullshit and all this nonsense that Betty cooks up and spreads about families. And we're not going to go and harass somebody outside their fucking home and play baby crying music from a car and run a projector off their house and describe a child in a landfill. Betty, we're not like you. Unlike you, we follow rules. You don't.
Instead of just what people tell us, we're the bad guys. Not the ones that are protecting the bad guys, the ones that are fighting for the good. We're the bad guys. We're the ones that get trashed.
Well, that's funny, though. Who are the bad guys and who are the good guys? The bad guys are Chris and Katie Proudfoot, but who are the good guys? Because I know for a fact she is not talking about herself. Because she is not the good guy. Seth, right now, he is not the good guy. If he can sit and listen to the shit that comes out of her mouth about what she says about his own child, no. Not the good, no. So, we already know who the bad people are. Who are the good people, Betty? Because it ain't you. Tragedy pimps are not the good people. They're the worst kind that don't care about kids or victims. They just care about the money that they make off the backs of deceased children. And you know that to be a fact.
Nonstop. So nice to see we're growing over here. A few more viewers over here is less viewers for that mouthy thing that wants to do damage control. I'm perfectly fine with it. It's pretty sad that I'm on a small channel and I can still pull in almost 300 people in this small little channel. Pass me around, take people away from her.
What small channel is she talking about? I'm curious. Because the 4 people that she has name dropped since the time she's been in Tennessee, they all pull in over 1,000 people. So who's the small channel that she speaks of? Betty, start making sense, please. Because the math ain't math in here. You know how many people, those 4 people that you name drop, you know how many numbers they pull in.
Nobody needs to listen to that shit. If you guys want, why do they have to play my stuff? If people want to see my stuff and see what I say, they can come to my channel.
Well, see, right there that doesn't make sense. Let me play that back. I'll play it slowly. Let me zoom out of this. Let me play that slowly. Let me back it up. Let me full screen it. Listen to this carefully, okay? I want you guys to hear this carefully. Because she does not make sense when she says this.
Little channel. Pass me around, take people away from her. Nobody needs to listen to that shit. If you guys want, why do they have to play my stuff? If people want to see my stuff and see what I say, they can come to my channel. Right?
Why do we have to play her stuff if we want to watch? Okay, hold on a second.
Pass me around, take people away from her. Nobody needs to listen to that shit. If you guys want, why do they have to play my stuff?
Okay, why do we have to play her stuff? Okay.
If people want to see my stuff and see what I say,
If we want to see her stuff and we want to, well, I'm going to assume she meant, why do we want to hear her stuff, hear what she has to say?
you come to my channel.
We go to her channel. Well, that's pretty simple, Betty. We do come to your channel. Duh, you're welcome for the view, by the way. Do you know how stupid that was? Do you know how stupid that was? Just to say that statement? That's so dumb. You know people are going to come and watch your streams or your videos. You know this. Why even bring something as dumb as that statement up? I ask. We're watching you. We're reviewing you. Duh, hello. Even downloading your stream. Hello. We're still watching. We're still listening. We're still looking at you.
Right?
Oh. My bad. Let me speed it back up.
You come to my channel and see it. Why do they need them commentate? Oh my gosh, she meant this. Oh really? I meant that, huh? And what receipts do you have? Have you spoke to me? No. Do you know anything about me? No.
Oh no, no. Anytime anybody asks you for receipts, you start screaming and yelling at them and you start giving them the riot act. We just watched you from a stream from like 5 days ago. Dumb.
Oh, huh. Do you know my mom, my dad, or my friends? No. Oh, do you know my preacher? No. So you've never had a conversation with me, don't know anybody I know, never talked to anybody that I've been friends with, never talked to my family, don't have any basis for that assessment, yet you're making that assessment. Interesting. So no facts at all, just has to say it. Huh, interesting. Maybe that's why she's being sued for lying. Possibly. Possibly. So it's nice to see you all. I'm going to keep riding because it hasn't gone out yet. Are you guys seeing me crystal clear or no? I can't even read chat, so even if you answer, I can't tell. Yeah, nice. Nice. Yeah. Hey, I'm wondering where all the hate channels are. Why don't you guys fly in here since you guys can do it so much better? Why don't you guys fly in and get out here on the ground and show us how it's done? You know? Why do you guys get to be basement dwellers? Why do you guys get to be basement dwellers? Yet you guys keep profiting off my work. Why is that? Why won't you get off your fat, lazy asses and come out here and work? Oh, because it's so much easier for you to sit home and bitch and have all that money coming to you, but you never have to buy a flyer. You never have to pay a tank of gas. You never have to put up.
I'm gonna call bullshit on that. Number one, we don't go out and look like whole donkeys' asses out in front of people's homes once again, Betty. Now, Betty, you on the other hand look like a whole donkey's ass. But what did you do in Savannah? Did you hang up a flyer? No. Did you go search? No, because you sat on a four-wheeler the entire time and all Dolly did was push open bushes. How many times do we have to go over this, Betty? How many times do we have to play your words against you? Do you know how tiresome it gets? It does get tiresome, but that's okay. That's all right. I don't mind repeating myself. Because you know what? My chat, they'll keep spitting out the facts too. They'll keep playing your words against you. Your words. Because they know that you lie. It's plain and simple. It's in fine print. They have eyes. They can see the fuck shit that you do. But Betty, again, did you hang up a flyer for Quentin Simon? No. What did you do? Besides cause a freaking riot outside of Savannah, Georgia. Yeah. You caused a lot of hell for that entire neighborhood. Miss me with the bullshit. But go ahead and try that shit in Hendersonville in Sumner County. Go ahead. Because I guarantee you, that shit won't fly. It won't. You might want to read the laws. They were informative. Actually finished them last night.
You know, banners. You never have any expenses. You just steal everybody else's work and profit off.
Well, Betty, you've been saying for days now that your chat will pay for your stuff, your little pay piggies. Those are your words, not ours. We don't call them pay piggies. Again, we're just using your words. Your words, ma'am. Ooh, hey guys, we have bounced up to 1,166 views in 4 hours on that video. And it just keeps climbing and climbing and climbing. See, Betty, people on TikTok don't like what you had to say. They don't. So I guess I'll be uploading a couple of more clips on there about the things that you have said about Sebastian Rogers. As in, you calling him defective. I'll be uploading that one too later. Oh, by the way, yeah. Betty, we do have expenses, okay? We do. You don't. Hold on, guys. I'm gonna just play this real quick.
That's lame. That's lame. That's absolutely lame. And you guys want to pay your money to somebody that sits literally at home, probably in their underwear, doing absolutely nothing but smoking pot that you pay for. It's not gonna eat this! No, not those bitches! Man voice. Man voice. It sounds like somebody that's been smoking a crack pipe too long, personally. Just my opinion. I don't know. Wouldn't know. You know? I can tell you. Oh, great. I love that. I should have known that my magnet was going to start falling off. My phone gets hot and my magnet, stuff on the back of the magnet starts getting too hot and it loosens up and it takes the magnet, keeps the magnet on the big magnet. So we'll see how this works. But I got magnets inside my holder, so even if my magnet does fail.
Hey, Betty. You know, I think Forgotten Whispers got you with that one. She did. Forgotten Whispers nailed you with that whole substance talk. Oh, she did. She got you pegged on that one with the, I don't know, I think she's out with her third or fourth video. She sure is. Holy hell. Keep talking that way, Betty, because you know what? Them videos are going to keep coming. They're going to keep coming. But I'm going to tell you. See, you done fucked around with her. You did. You fucked around with her for what you said. You did. Now look. Karma. Karma. Betty, karma. It's a beautiful thing.
Yeah, like you have magnets that hold the phone on the magnet. So it's built into the phone cover. But anyways, guys, this is where we're at. I hope everybody's doing well. I can't read your comments, but
It's never stopped you before, Betty. I mean, you've been hanging out in your car, driving, looking at your chat, watching your chat, talking in Tennessee when you know it's against the law. That's how I know that you don't look at laws in states that you go to when you're working cases. And when I say working, I use air quotes because that's not working. You're there to cause shit with people. That's what you do. Now it's my turn with this stream. Thankfully, she's got the chat log up, which I question why she turns the chat log off. Now, look, just because sometimes she turns the live chat off, you can do it manually. It doesn't mean that, you edited the video. Even if you edit the video, your live chat's still going to be there. May not be all the time, but it'll still be there. I mean, there's a couple of streams that I've had to edit, but my chat log, my live chat was still there. But she turns hers off, and I ask myself why she does that. What is she trying to hide? Yep, I wonder. Now, mind you, she's been spending the night in her car. Oh, she said she was brushing her teeth in her car. I'm assuming she fell asleep in her car, but she didn't even take a shower. She didn't take a shower. She spritzed. No. I gotta take a shower every day. I sure do.
as soon as Layla's vigil was over, I literally left and got on the road. And when I checked the time, I swear, the time said 5 hours to get there from Kingsport. When I checked it, I swear it said it. And then all of a sudden, When I get on the road, it says 6 hours and 43 minutes. I'm like, oh no, I didn't get in here until like 3:30 this morning.
J-Dub, I don't even think it was a bird bath. She just spritzed. And I'm assuming she did her hair. Well, I'll leave that part alone. I'll be nice. I will. I'll be nice. I mean, hell, she's got a pillow and blanket in the back seat. She's in Chesapeake for Trump. WNC Granny for Trump. She has a hat. She had a hat on. It was a picture on her community wall, and it said Trump girl on it. Yep.
So tired. I don't know how I made it. Well, I do know how I made it. Monster coffee. Salted caramel to be exact. Hey guys, good morning. Nice to see you. Salted caramel. It's a lifesaver. But I gotta tell you, I'm so tired. I was talking to somebody this morning and I'm literally yawning all over them. Like literally just like I couldn't even, I feel so dazed. I just want to get into the gates. So once I get in the gates and I know that my chair is where it needs to be, I'm coming back here. I'm picking up the car and I'm sleeping for a minute. I'm so blessed tired. I did get a hotel though. I got a hotel because I know that it's going to be, I shouldn't drive. Like after this, I need to go and sleep and take a hot shower too. I'm going without a shower today. It's part of the camping experience. Yay. The good news is I spritz.
I want to know how she claims that she can go camping, or at least say it's all part of the camping experience, when she couldn't last but 17 minutes searching in the woods. Yeah, I want to know. I'll just say this. I don't peg Betty for the camping type. That's just me. That's my opinion. Because if you're out in the woods, it doesn't matter if you're searching or you're just walking around or you're just looking around. Here's the thing. If you're going to bitch that much about being out there, well, the camping thing's not for you. It's not. You would be enjoying it. But you would also know that you wouldn't go camping in that type of weather, though, when it's hot and muggy. You would go in the springtime, or you would go in the wintertime. Okay, those are the two. Not too cold, though. Not like if it's snowing, you wouldn't go. No, where you're going to freeze. But I'm just saying. When it's a better climate is what I'm saying. And J-Dub, I want to live in one of them tiny houses that you see on those YouTube videos. Holy shit, those are so cute. I love those.
I spritz, so I still smell good. Okay, let's hope.
Yep.
I don't know. I don't smell myself. I gotta say, I really don't smell myself. But so far, I don't.
Ew, don't ever say that again. Well, actually, you know what? It is actually good that you do. If you should smell yourself, Betty, you really should. You should smell yourself. You know why? Because if you're going to be around people, you should actually smell yourself to make sure you smell okay. Because if you don't, there are some people out there that will tell you, hey, ma'am, I hate to tell you this, but look, you smell. I'm not trying to be mean. I'm not trying to be rude, but you do smell. You have an odor. There are people out there that are that blunt. I'm one of them. I am one of them. I will be the first to tell you I'm one of those people. If you smell, I'm going to tell you. And I won't be mean about it. It's just how I was raised.
Smell anything funky. But I did bathe. I did bathe a little bit back there last night before I went to bed. Brushed my teeth. I'm a major toothbrusher, so I flossed my teeth as soon as I pulled up. The first thing I did when I got into this truck is I pulled out my toothbrush and toothpaste and brushed my teeth. 3 o'clock in the morning, I hadn't brushed my teeth since I left the hotel room. Yeah, my teeth needed to be brushed. First thing I did when I woke up this morning, I brushed my teeth. So, just sitting here. We have a lot of time to kill, and I figured, you know what? I'm sitting here eating. I'm so tired. I'm scared if I go to sleep, I'm not going to wake up even if somebody's pounding on the window. So, I'm just trying to roll through it, waiting for that second wind to hit. Good gracious.
No, you know what? Some people live for these kind of rallies. You know, they do. They live for them. So, I'm not going to say anything.
Good gracious. It's nice to see everybody. We're going to get started here in just a little bit. I just figured while I'm eating, I don't want to stuff my face, so I'm just picking at the food. Okay. So many of you guys know we've been on the hunt for Sebastian Rogers. Any information leading to the whereabouts of Sebastian Rogers? Sebastian Rogers, a 15-year-old boy that disappeared from his home in Hendersonville, Tennessee.
Yes, little
February
Irish girl.
26th,
She's a Trump
and has not been
fangirl.
seen since. He is a highly autistic boy. I've been learning a lot about him. A lot of stuff that my misconceptions of who he was.
Oh, now he's highly autistic. But that's not what she was saying. That's not what she was saying. On 6/24/2024. Nope. Because she left that part out conveniently. And she's left that part out numerous times. For somebody who would know what kind of autism that Sebastian has and that he is highly functioning, you would continue to say he's highly functioning. You would continue to say it, but Betty does not say it all the time when she speaks about his autism.
It sounds like he was doing really well as far as school and stuff like that. He's a smart kid. He had some disabilities, but he was highly.
He's a smart kid. He's a smart kid. Do I need to go back to that clip again and hear what she had to say about him? Do I need to pull that up again? Don't think I won't.
Functioning. It sounds like there were some things going on inside the house that nobody was aware of. Nobody.
You don't know what was going on inside that house, Betty. Just only what Seth Rogers was telling you. And his story has changed multiple times. And I've actually listened to his stories change multiple times, Betty. And I have yet to hear Chris and Katie change their stories. So that's where you and I are going to differ on opinions here. But at the end of the day, I am for one person and one person only, and that is that young man, Sebastian Rogers. That's it. That's all. Nothing more, nothing less. I am for Sebastian Rogers.
Except the Department of Children and Family Services, the Proudfoots, Sebastian.
You don't know what's in those records. Nobody does, except for Department of Family Services. I mean, I don't even think they would release those to Seth Rogers. And I have a pretty good idea. Well, no. If they would to have released those to Seth Rogers, do you know how fast everything in those records would be out on YouTube? Because he can't seem to keep his mouth shut. And that is a blatant fact. He cannot keep his mouth shut about anything. And I'm not being mean when I say that. That is just a fucking fact. Everything that the police have told him, he brought to YouTube. Did anybody ever stop to think that maybe things that the cops have, told him, that they might have told him, please don't take it to social media, keep it to yourself? Hey, Shifty. I love that girl. How you doing, Shifty? You doing okay? But still. But that's what I'm saying. If those records were to ever come out, and Seth Rogers got his hands on them, holy shit, this place would completely blow up. Am I wrong? I don't think so. They would completely blow up YouTube if those records ever came out, because Seth Rogers would put it all out.
And I think that probably is about it. Sebastian is not with us, and yet there's a whole bunch of stuff going on in and around the outside of his home the night he disappeared.
Oh, Betty, you don't know what happened. You think you do, but you don't. You only go off the word of Seth Rogers, which he is in your chat. I don't know why I can't see him. I don't. It's weird though. I know he deleted his previous account when we all went trolling the vault. I think it was a month ago we did. He deleted that account because it's no longer here. But then he remade a new one. And I have me, myself, and this is my opinion only, I have a pretty good idea why he remade his account. Because new terms of service states, when you make another channel, all you need is 500 subs and 1,000 watch hours to monetize. So, yeah. Hey, Angel of Goodness, honey, how you doing, baby? I hope you're doing good. So, yeah, that's all you need. And I think that's the reason why. And plus, you keep dropping his Cash App in your chat every now and then. Oh, and plus, you got Tony in your chat as well. Because he's also a mod now, too. I actually saw you mod him that same morning. You know, that morning, it was the next morning after you ambushed Mr. Bowersox in the street at a stop sign. Yeah.
Some people believe it's the Proudfoots. Some people believe it's somebody else.
No, you believe it's the Proudfoots and the Bowersox. You think that they are the ones responsible for Sebastian disappearing. You've been saying it from day one.
Some people believe that Seth used telepathic powers and levitated from the jail, the Davidson County Jail, over to Stafford Court and snuck in a.
Growing up in Cali, yeah, you know I love the weather. Limelight hit 'em and you know I handle pressure. I do what I want, so I'm never saying never. I get what I want, so they call me go-getter. Yeah, I know he does it good, but you know I do it better. So misunderstood, if she wanted then I let her. Everybody knows if I want her then I get her. She gave me that look, yeah, she knows she thinks I'm clever. I don't think I do it good, no, I think I do it great. They would do it if they could, they can't do it so they hate. Everybody wanna look, but nobody wanna play. Stealing eyes like a crook while I put it on display. I don't do it by the book, no, I do my own thing. That's why every single hook got them singing like me. And I ain't in any rush, cause I'm finally getting paid. Don't believe in any luck, I believe I'm self-made, yeah.
Some people believe that Seth used telepathic powers and levitated from the jail, the Davidson County Jail, over to Stafford Court and snuck in a house.
Okay, sorry, I had somebody in the room. Has anybody ever heard somebody on this platform say that Seth levitated? Because that's the stupidest fucking shit I have ever fucking heard in my life. Betty? Betty, what's on that chapstick? No, never mind. I know why you're using chapstick. Because you know we've been making fun of that little bump right there on your lip. But for real, on the flip side, Betty, have you been watching Justin? You know, Jaundice for all. You've been watching him? Because I know he backs the psychic that he was watching. Not that long ago, actually. Yeah, see, nobody's heard about that. But have you been watching that psychic, though? Because I can tell you, that psychic is a crazy lunatic. See, I clipped a short of hers like for like a minute short. And holy hell, that one got me stumped. I don't know where she came from, why she showed up on my feed, but damn, she was crazier than hell. I should go. You know what? Fuck it. Let's play it. Here she is. She's right here. All right, here we go. Let's pop this down real quick. Let's play her ass real quick. So I'm gonna tell you, she's a crazy lunatic. I don't like what she said. Here we go. Listen carefully.
Yes, I don't know what that would be amazing is. I don't like to see, I like to feel things. Yeah, I feel things too. When I've worked on cases, like I can tell sometimes I'll get blood, I'll feel the blood in my throat and stuff, like I get a physical feeling. I haven't been able to pick that up with Sebastian, which makes me feel like he hasn't fully crossed over yet, because there is that time before people cross over. And like I said, I've channeled a lot. I do work as a medium, but it's more when I'm not expecting it, Tax lady, I'm very interested. Just ordered. Fantastic. And I am going to create my own true crime deck too. That's definitely something I want to do. I want to teach psychic classes. I want to teach tarot classes. Society is failing our children, Sean. 1,000%. It's just baloney. We have to do better. We have to do better. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, I am honest to a fault. Yes, I don't know what that would be amazing is. I don't like to see.
That's the woman that Jaundice was reviewing one day. Her. I don't know where that bitch came from, why she showed up on my feed, but when I clicked into her stream, that's what she was saying. Some nasty ass shit.
That's what some people believe. That sucked at it. Somehow.
Well, Betty, that's not unusual because there are people that do believe Seth has something to do with it. People are free to have their opinions, Betty. Just like you're free to have your opinions, but your opinions go way, way out there. Your opinions turn into accusatory. Yours actually turn into threats and intimidation. I can go on and on. I mean, come on. How many times have you threatened to roll up on somebody's house just alone in Tennessee in just a few days you've been there? Fuck, we can just count the ways. I can just put a number on it right now.
Some way. I don't get it either, but it is what it is. That's what people believe. So we're just talking about what people believe. We did find out. I'm making a mess. We did find out that there were some, like we were told.
Hey, J-Dub, can you drop that in Discord to me? Because I didn't see that one.
Sebastian didn't utilize computers, didn't utilize the internet or anything like that, which I found very weird at the beginning. We were told by Chris and Katie, Sebastian did not, he played his game, but he was not on the internet. He didn't use the internet. He wasn't on the internet. And what's going on? Okay, sorry. I always look when I see, we have a lot of cop cars here with lower lights on, but when they just turn them on, it always makes you wonder, is somebody in trouble? But they got a lot of cops and Secret Service out here.
You mean like you?
So.
You mean like you? You keep accusing folks of calling the police on you. Gee. Right? Yeah, Betty. The hell. Look where you're at. I'm just saying. You've accused people of calling the popo on you. The whole parking lot thing, that's debunked. That's done and over with now. Ain't nobody got to talk about that shit anymore. But I tell you this, Betty, if you keep bringing that part up, we'll just keep showing the receipts. of what you did. Hmm. Just remember that.
We learned from Chris and Katie that he didn't use the internet. Well, we found out from Seth that yes, he did use the internet. And then later, it was corroborated by Chris and Katie. She's basically said that they used the internet as I don't know, what word did she use? You guys remember what word she used? I've got it written in my folder, but my
Betty, do you know anything about parenting? Do you? I'm going to take it that you don't. Here's the thing about parenting and co-parenting. When one child is with their father, sometimes their father has one set of rules, all the while the other parent has a different set of rules. Did you know that? Of course you don't. Let's break it down here, okay? Let's just use a random story here, okay? So say if a young man is at his dad's house, his dad allows him to be on the internet because his mom won't allow him to be on the internet at their house. Well, it's two different things. If Seth allowed Sebastian to be on the internet, well, that's different because his dad let him. But when Sebastian goes home to his mom and stepdads, they blocked any sort of internet access. It was just to keep them safe. And there's nothing wrong with that. I think that's a good thing because there's some crazy mofos out here. Okay, so there's two different sets of rules when it comes to co-parenting. You're letting one kid do whatever they want at one parent's house, all the while you have a strict parent at the other house. And there's nothing wrong with that. But it does kind of confuse them. Why is it that I can do this and that at this house, but I can't do it here? It does kind of confuse them. But see, Betty here doesn't think that way. She doesn't think that way because she doesn't know what it's like to be a parent. She doesn't have that parenting skill. She doesn't know.
car is a hot mess. That's all I can say is that. That's just the front seat. Okay. So
nobody gives a shit what your car looks like. Okay. Nobody gives a shit about it.
But they said, what was it? Reward, or you guys remember what she used? Positive reinforcement. Thank you, Grammy. Good gracious. Positive reinforcement. So they actually lied to us because they were the first ones that absolutely adamant. Oh, what's that? Okay. Absolutely adamant that he didn't use the internet. So that was now that we have like hindsight's 2020, I now feel like that was his strategy. He wanted to make sure that there was no outside influences, that it truly was that Sebastian ran away from home. They really needed everybody to buy the story that Sebastian walked out the door and ran away from home.
Betty, it's not unusual that something like that could happen, dummy. Teenagers do it. Teenagers walk out the door and run away all the time. They sneak out their windows all the time and run away. It's the way of the world, Betty. It's what happens. But of course, you don't know that because you're not a parent. You don't know how it goes. Okay, you don't.
That's what they need people to believe. That's what they needed people to believe from the very beginning. That's why they would not entertain an abduction. It's why they wouldn't obtain a third party. It's why they made sure the whole world knows they are a very strict home and he's got it locked down.
Holy fuck, Betty. I had a strict upbringing. I did. Half the fucking people in the world had a strict fucking upbringing. Okay? They did. Again, it's not uncommon for people to have a strict upbringing. And you know what? As for the internet, I think it's a great thing that parents are very diligent when it comes to their kids getting on the internet. I think it's great. because there are predators on the internet. And you know what? Kids are a hell of a lot smarter now than we were 20 years ago. I mean, hell, kids are going to start teaching us all the things that we don't know when it comes to new technology coming out later on down the line. They're going to start teaching us. They already are, because they're a hell of a lot smarter than we are. But you wouldn't know that, would you? Would you? No, you don't know that.
You know, he wanted to be the man, so that he keeps control of his household. That was the front he wanted everybody to see. But he didn't realize that people aren't like him. You know, out here in the real world, that's the problem about deluded people. People that have their preconceived notions on what they think people, especially when they have problems, you know, which we can agree that Chris and Katie most likely have some problems.
Betty, you're deluded. Did you ever look in the mirror? You are deluded, Betty. You, ma'am, are exactly the kind of person that has to be in charge. It doesn't take a rocket scientist to figure that one out. It doesn't. You have to be the one in charge of everything. It's your way or the highway. It's always been that way with you. That is true.
But people that have problems, I typically believe that everybody is like them.
So you have problems then, Betty, don't you? We know you do. You have problems. Because the shit that you have been saying the last few days, the people that you've been accusing of calling the popos on you, the people that you've accused of stalking you and harassing you. I mean, for fuck's sake, you've been accusing them of stalking and harassing and threatening you, and you have yet to show one single fucking receipt of that. All the while, we've showed the receipts that none of any one of the three I just named off ever happened to you. And I'm not the only one that showed it, but people also heard with their own ears that no threats, no stalking or harassing ever happened. Now, who's deluded? That would be you, Betty.
And while they may have a small little sector that may be just like them and may just understand them to a T, the rest of the world doesn't.
Betty, what sector are you talking about? You're talking about JLR again, aren't you? I think you are. Stop talking about JLR. I don't want to hear about him anymore. Shut up. Let the man move on with his life. Why don't you move on with yours? I mean, you're at this rally. Why don't you find yourself a man? I'm sure you'll be able to find one. I mean, you did make a list a couple years ago. What you look for in a man. You still have that written down somewhere? I'm pretty sure whatever you wrote, I forget what you wrote down, but I do remember you wrote it down. Whatever's on that list, why don't you, go look for that kind of man? I'm just saying.
You know, the rest of the world doesn't. So he was acting like he thought everybody needed to see the strong parental figure, and that's what he thought he needed to do. Because
sorry, guys, I'm on the StreamYard side. I'm not on the StreamYard side. I'm on the YouTube side, not the StreamYard side.
I say you pay the cost.
So I'm not watching chat. I'm sorry, guys.
So we're finding out that Chris was a little, not just a little, but it sounds like he wore that authoritarian hat a little too comfortably. It sounds.
But you do the same thing, Betty. You think you're you think that way too. You think you're the authority on everything and everybody. Again, it goes to my way or the highway. I'm right, you're wrong. That's you. I don't see that out of Chris. Not with the interviews that I've watched of his. So what if the man talks more than Katie? Why is that such a problem with you or anybody? Why? I mean, ugh. Why is that such a problem? I don't understand why that's such a problem with all you fucking mofos out there that think, oh, well, Chris does all the talking. He's controlling. No. That's not controlling. Just because he does the talking and Katie just barely sometimes speaks a few words here and there doesn't make him the controlling type. Did you ever stop to think that if she starts speaking that she's going to break down? I mean, I know that's what y'all want. That's what you guys want. You want her to fucking break down so you guys can make fun of her. I mean, you guys have been making fun of her since day one anyway. Because you don't care about a grieving mother. You don't care about a grieving stepfather. It's the almighty buck with all of you.
Sounds to me like he, I think Lisa B had always put this into perspective better than anybody else. And I think she hit the nail on the head. Oh, you guys got to see this. I can get you guys window down so you guys can have a better view.
What the hell? I'm not showing any of this. Okay.
Sorry, I don't crank my car up. There's no point. We're going to be here like for hours. So I just try to, but I do like to make sure that we have power. What was I getting at? Sorry, I'm very, very, very exhausted today. So my brain is like moving at a snail's pace. We were at Chris Proudfoot and his authoritarian behavior and how it kind of bled onto the, oh, Lisa B always, that's right. She said that she feels that the Proudfoots were trying to discipline Sebastian into normalcy, as if his chromosome deletion syndrome would just magically go away, or his autism. Or
now that's a lie. And I can tell you why that's a lie. Because if you listen to Seth Rogers' stories about his child and the way he speaks about his child, he was wanting Sebastian to be normal. And that's me saying this. I'm not saying this for everybody. I don't speak for everybody. I speak for me and me alone. But Seth Rogers wants a normal child. And that's what he was trying to do. He's trying to have a normal child. And I can tell you right now, Chris and Katie were just perfectly happy with the way Sebastian is. They were happy. Oh, but that's not okay with you, right, Betty? That's not okay with you? Of course not, because you want to slander their name into the fucking ground. You see, you're fucking with the wrong family. Oh, everybody knew that one day you would come across the wrong family. You go for families that don't have the money to go after you for all the nasty, vile stuff that you have done to people. You said it yourself. When you were ranting and raving about Mr. Bowersox, you said, because you got money. You got money. That's what you said to him. And that's all you want. You just want money. You know how to push someone's buttons just enough to get right under their skin. But you know what? You didn't get under Mr. Bowersock's skin. He kept us cool. And I'm going to sit right here at my computer desk and simply say, I am very proud of how that man conducted himself with the likes of someone as crazy as you, hauling ass out of their car and rolling up to his car like a screaming banshee. He conducted himself very, very fucking well.
Or other disabilities would just fix themselves. That's truly what it does sound like. And I have that when she said it that way, it dawned on me that it really
That's
does.
right, little Irish girl. Well,
like
The Wells family.
You know, it's true.
They
They're
could have
saying
gone
that
after her.
Sebastian's parents, CP and KP, are saying they believe it could have been the day before when Sebastian was last seen, or is just a rumor. Well, it was the day before that he was last seen. It was the 25th. The last person that saw him was his mother, according to her. She said he went to bed at 9 p.m. on the 25th. And when she went to bed at midnight, when she fell asleep at midnight, obviously, when she...
Betty, shut up about the time of when Katie went to sleep. Shut up. She hasn't wavered from what time she went to sleep. She has always kept it consistent. You think that when she went to sleep, it was a different time. You weren't there. All like you and like some of them TikTokers over on TikTok think she went to sleep at a different hour or didn't go to sleep at all. She was up all night trying to get rid of the evidence. See, that's how dumb you guys are. But y'all weren't there, were you? Were you there? Were you watching the whole time? No, you guys just speak as if you were there. But you weren't. See, it's just so easy for you guys to pick apart somebody's words. All the while, it's just easy for us to show that your words mean nothing. Because we can show that one person's words and stories have constantly changed when the others never changed. They've always been consistent. Hence, Katie and Chris, their stories stayed consistent, hasn't changed at all, not once. But Seth, his has changed multiple times, and he can't seem to stay off the panels. I'll give him one thing though. I haven't seen him on any panels, and trust me, I would have known if he was on any panels because I've got some good people that would contact me.
She woke up the next morning after sleeping at midnight. 6 hours later, she decides to get up and go wake her son up to go to school. And all of a sudden, when she went to go wake him up, he wasn't there. Weird. And according to her, she went around, checked all the windows and all the doors, and everything was secured and locked. Weird. But what's ticked about Sebastian, and we talk about it a lot, is his shoes. He needs his shoes. His shoes always go on, before he leaves the house. Hold on a second. Hold on, I'm coming.
Oh, for fuck's sake. She's got to hop out of her car and go take a little photo op. Hey, sweetie cakes. She's got to go take a little photo op. That fucking hell.
I don't know what they're teaching in Tennessee. I don't understand it. They have a CPS case open and active. And if it's not open and active, it should be.
Betty, I dare you to go try to find out about that CPS case. I dare you. You know why? You know what? I'll take this one out of her book. I double dog dare you. And you know why I say that? Because I'll guarantee you that if you even tried to go and see if they tell you anything, they won't. They won't. They're all about confidentiality. They're required by state law.
And we have a child missing, and everybody being able to live their life happy. I feel like it's deja vu all over again, like the Quentin Simon case.
You want to go there? Let's rock and roll, baby. Let's rock and roll.
But this one, at least law enforcement didn't rub it in our face and say, "Oh, by the way, the suspect is the only."
No, they didn't say suspect. They said prime suspect. Prime suspect. Get it right, Betty. If you're going to tell the story about Savannah, Georgia, tell it right. Leilani Simon was the prime suspect.
Person we believe did this is, but hey, we're going to let her sleep in her bed, let her get drunk and keep using, substances while we sit here.
Let's stop right there. Now, see, this is where Betty lies. Because she still wants to drag Savannah, Georgia, Chatham County. She wants to drag them down the proverbial pie hole. Why? Because they didn't do what she wanted. Because Leilani Simon was the prime suspect. However, she was on double probation. She was tested for substance and alcohol. If she was doing either one of them, her ass would have been in jail. She would. If she tested positive for either one, it doesn't matter for which one, it's either one. Her ass would have been in jail. The fact that she wasn't in jail throughout the entirety of their fuck shit out there tells me that she wasn't doing either one. Was she in a rehab? Yeah. From what I read, she was in a rehab at the time. But then she came home. But what Betty fails to understand is that it was Billy Joe who turned her own child in. Betty doesn't want to believe that. She fails to understand that. She fails to tell her audience that. Betty doesn't know about any of this. Like, when you're a prime suspect in a case, they're not just going to throw you in jail without any concrete evidence. It's not going to happen. If everybody was considered a prime suspect without evidence and they threw you in jail, the jails would be overcrowded. Common fucking sense, guys. Betty doesn't have any common sense. She doesn't know any of this. She just wants everybody that is a prime suspect in any case, she just wants them in jail. There'd be nobody on the streets if that were to happen. So what she wanted was Leilani Simon in jail with no evidence against her. And that was it. Just leave her in there until they built their case against her. That was it. I mean, for fuck's sake. Betty done fucked that case up along with the rest of them. Dolly, Molly, Jaundice, and the rest of them mofos that were out there hooping and hollering along with the rest of them. Running a projector off that freaking, I don't know where that projector was, but they were running it off the damn house. They were playing baby crying music. Not even thinking about what the neighbors were thinking when they heard that. How much triggering that caused neighbors. They didn't care about the effects that it caused for the neighbors that had to go to work early in the morning, the kids that had to go to school early in the morning. They didn't care about that. They didn't care about the elderly lady down the street who couldn't pass away peacefully in her own home, who was on hospice care, and she had to go to the hospital because of it. They didn't care about her. No. But see, Betty doesn't take responsibility for it. The little block party that they had on Halloween, Dolly bringing his brother down there, knowing that his brother can't be around kids, and knowing that there were kids down in that neighborhood with their parents, and bringing their kids out there while they're protesting. The nasty language that they were using out there in front of those kids. That was gross enough. But Betty fails to understand that. She doesn't even think about that. She just wanted the cops to arrest Leilani and just put her in jail until they built a case against her. Just because she was just the prime suspect, that was it. They didn't have enough evidence to toss their ass in jail. That's not how it works. But Betty's a paralegal. We have to understand that. We do. And I'm just being a smart ass at that last part. But here's the thing. Leilani was on double probation. She was tested for both substance and alcohol. If she was doing any of the two, she would have been in jail. End of discussion.
Here with our thumbs up our butt. Because because we don't want to arrest her. We don't want to start the clock just yet. So we know it's her. So we're just going to let her live her life because we don't want to start the clock. It's not about getting a bad person off and then allowing her to be around other children. Like she just offed her freaking kid and she's allowed to be around other kids. Have you lost your ever loving mind? You know? I feel like it's like that all over again. This woman offed her freaking kid, in my opinion, and she's around another freaking kid. You guys saw what I did the last time that happened. You know? I'm just saying.
Oh, what was that, Betty? What did you say? Please tell me I heard that wrong. I hope I heard that wrong, Betty. Let me play that slowly. I hope I heard that shit wrong.
Over again. This woman offed her freaking kid, in my opinion, and she's around another freaking kid.
Never mind. She's talking about Katie. Let's go.
Let her live her life because we don't want to start the clock. It's not about getting a bad person off and then allowing her to be around other children. Like she just offed her freaking kid and she's allowed to be around other kids. Have you lost your ever loving mind?
Okay. So she's talking about Katie. One time for the one time.
You know, substances while we sit here with our thumbs up our butt because we don't want to arrest her. We don't want to start the clock just yet. So we know it's her. So we're just going to let her live her life because we don't want to start the clock. It's not about getting a bad person off and then allowing her to be around other children. Like she just offed her freaking kid and she's allowed to be around other kids.
Okay, I can tell you right now. She's talking about Katie because here's the thing. When Quentin Simon went missing, Leilani didn't have any of her kids. No, there were no kids in that house. So she's talking about Katie. Okay. So, Betty, that you keep saying that Katie offed her child. Now, I want to go out on a limb here. And this is my opinion. And I'm free to have my opinion. You know why, Betty? Here's why. Because everything said is alleged speculation, in my opinion only. And I also do my own research. See, I think somebody puts that in your head and they tell you, this is what you should say, that Katie offed her kid. That's my opinion. In my opinion, that's what I think. Someone is telling you to say this shit. Why? I've had time to think about that. It's because you cannot stop bouncing back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. Is Sebastian here or is he gone? Is he here or is he gone? Back and forth, back and forth. It's a constant thing with you. And everybody knows it because they're hearing it every single day, Betty. Why don't you just say how you really feel and stick to it? Quit bouncing all over the damn place. Because to be honest with you, you can't even make up your own mind. Just like us, we don't know. We don't know what happened to him until there's evidence of where Sebastian is. He simply walked out the door and left. That's it. That's it. But ain't nobody blaming Chris, Katie, or Seth. I got some doubts and I've got some theories about Seth. But that's just my thoughts and theories and doubts about Seth. Just mine. Break time. Right? The shit that comes out of her nasty mouth? Yeah, I think so too. But Betty, why don't you just make up your mind and say what you really think? Is Sebastian here or is he not? Just make up your mind and get it over with. Because now in a bit, you're going to want people to look at camps for Sebastian. I mean, hell, you've already said that the Bower Sox could have taken him and dumped him somewhere between Tennessee and Alaska. I mean, for fuck's sake, pick one. Pick one. I wonder if I make a short clip of that part of Moana, if YouTube would hit me every time I use it. If I cover it up and distort the voices a little bit. I don't know. I may have to give it a shot.
Have you lost your ever-loving mind? You know?
You know?
I feel like it's like that all over again. This woman offed her freaking kid, in my opinion, and she's around another freaking kid.
Betty, you can say in your opinion all you want, but see, here's the thing. You have said that Katie had gotten rid of her child, meaning Sebastian. But there are times that you have not used in your opinion. But only when you're mad. Only when you're mad, you won't use in your opinion.
You guys saw what I did the last time that happened. You know?
Oh, we saw. No, we saw. We saw what happened. We sure the fuck did see what happened.
I'm just saying. There's some things that really get up under my craw. And putting people, and especially children, in harm's way because you're too busy playing politics.
Bitch, where are you at right now? Where the fuck you at right now? You're out playing politics right now at a Trump rally. You're playing politics. See, I can't go back like me. I came from the political community, Betty. I sure did. I don't deal with politics. But remember where the fuck you're at. You're playing with politics when you're hanging out with Trump and Biden. Well, you're not Biden, but well, it doesn't matter. You're around them. So I'm assuming that you see Biden, right? I'm assuming you see Biden around there, right? I think. I don't know if it's just.
I got problems here. I got major problems here. See?
Betty, you are a major problem, but I digress.
He said Sebastian had no gamer tag, therefore no internet. I actually was booted from a channel because I tried to politely clarify, knowing what CP had said was incorrect. Gotcha. Well, we definitely know that there was internet use.
That right there just shows that Betty listens to the people in her chat, and the majority of the time, it's her mods that she listens to the most. Anybody else, they have to send her an email. See, that's the one thing you guys have to, like, I'm not saying you guys, I mean, you guys do a good job of paying attention, but that's what I pay attention to the most. Anything that her mods tell her, she'll take it as fact, but anybody else, members, non-members, they have to email her. And that's true. They do. There are plenty of creators out here, not in just this community, true crime community, but other communities that do this exact same thing. See, like with me, I don't take what my moderators tell me and run with it. I don't do this. I don't make the members or non-members. I don't take what they say and run with it or make them just email me. I don't do any of that. No. I always tell them email me and I'll go look for it myself. And I will double check the facts myself. I just don't run with that shit because at the end of the day, if I run with something like that, and it doesn't matter what it is. I run with anything my chat tells me, it's my ass. because I'm putting it out on my platform. I'm putting it out on the airway.
And it sounds like, regardless how we look at it, it sounds like it was, monitored very closely, is internet use. I truly do not believe in outside influence. You guys all know how I believe, right? So I don't believe in a third party or an outside influence. But there is a possibility, and I know Seth has said this multiple times. It sounds like Katie absolutely did not like Seth. Like there was some major hostility there.
Betty? Duh. But you like Seth, don't you? He's a grieving father. But see, here's the thing, though. All three parents, and I do still say that Chris Proudfoot is a grieving father, too. He does. He cares about Sebastian. But all three of them are grieving parents, Betty. Here's the thing. Do you know their history? Have you asked Katie her side of the story about Seth and her? No. You just go by what Seth tells you. It's just easier for you to do it that way, right? Yeah, because you're going to take what he says and you're going to run with it. It's exactly what you've been doing. Same with Tony. Everything he's told you, you run with it. What do you think Tony is going to do for you after all of this is done? What do you think he's going to do for you? I'm just curious. I wonder what them people on TikTok, what they think they're going to do, what Tony's going to do for them. Because those people on TikTok, they're in the same boat as you. They run with everything that Tony tells them. And if anybody watches those people over there, they would know. And if you guys haven't seen Queen Bee stream, I would highly suggest going to watch it. Today's stream. Because there was some groundbreaking. It sure was.
And because of that hostility, he, I think, believes that Sebastian is somewhere at a school or something. And I'm hoping that you guys are, and maybe you guys, what you need to do is, if you're in a particular state and you're doing the task of calling the centers and seeing, again, the script is very simple. We're not asking for any information. We're not asking them to tell us whether Sebastian is there. All we're doing is politely asking them to go to Google and look at his face and look at their roster and see if he's there. And if he's there,
don't do that. And if anybody's watching this on the replay, don't do that. Do not call any of these schools that people may think that Sebastian might be at. Don't do that. Why? Because it's not your job to do that. Don't do it because Bullhorn's asking you to. Or telling you to. Because she thinks it's a good idea. Don't do it. That's seriously going real life. And that's impeding on an investigation, in my opinion. You don't do that shit. That's what the investigators are for. That's what law enforcement is for. That's what TBI is for. It's not for Bullhorn to do. So I would advise that nobody call anybody because Bullhorn thinks it's a good idea. And because she's asking. I'll replay it one more time. But don't do it.
that Sebastian is somewhere at a school or something. And I'm hoping that you guys are, and maybe you guys, what you need to do is, if you're in a particular state and you're doing the task of calling the centers and seeing, again, the script is very simple. We're not asking for any information. We're not asking them to tell us whether Sebastian is there. All we're doing is politely asking them to go to Google and look at his face and look at their roster and see if he's there. And if he's there, call 1-800-TBI fine. We don't want the information. We don't need the information. The only people that need to get that information is law enforcement. And, at the end of the day, it is to see if this boy is out there somewhere. So we don't really care for the information. We would love to have.
No, don't. Because if somebody out there, if you guys were to do that, do you know how many calls into TBI there would be? They would be flooding the TBI. Don't fucking do it. Let law enforcement and TBI handle that. Seriously. That's not for Bullhorn. That's not for her chat or for anybody else on the airway to do so. Do not. I'm not even kidding. I wonder why Seth. I wonder why BHB. I wonder why BHB Seth is a asshole. I wonder why too. And I still want to know what his thought process is with the way she talks about his child and why he's okay with it. I want to know what his thought process is and why he's all right with it. Because I could tell you this right now. I wouldn't be okay with some shit like that. Nope.
Do you think about anybody else besides yourselves? I mean, I know you guys are like bougie and stuff, you know, and sometimes when you get bougie, people get selfish and self-centered and like don't care about 15-year-old kids. Just curious which neighbors they are.
Hold on.
Have just, I don't get it. No signs out front of the community, no signs down the road, no signs in the community. And they're like, oh, well, you know, we all know that a child is missing. Yeah.
Hold on a second. Here we go.
Like they literally have just, I don't get it. No signs out front of the community, no signs down the road, no signs in the community. And they're like, oh, well, you know, we all know that a child is missing. Yeah, we know you know. But what about the people that are visiting? You know, do you think about anybody else besides yourselves? I mean, I know you guys are like bougie and stuff.
Well, Betty, it's not your community to make that decision. It's not your decision. And it's not your community. You are not a resident of Tennessee. You don't get to ask these kind of questions. You don't. See, there are proper channels that you have to go to. And right there, that right there shows that she doesn't go through the proper channels. She just rolls up on a state that she has fuck all to know about the laws there. She knows nothing about them. Wonder Woman, I don't know. I did not hear about that, so I can't comment on that. But she is, however, at a Trump rally. Well, it's like, I don't know what time it is there. I mean, it's like 7 o'clock here. I'm assuming it's like 7, let's see, 7, 8. It's like 9 or 10 o'clock there. I don't know. But I didn't hear anything about it. But where she was at, that was an all-day thing. And I highly doubt she left because she wanted to go see her buddy Trump. And I ain't got no hate for Trump. I don't. I'm not political by any means. But no, I didn't hear that she was going out there to harass Katie's mom. I don't know where Katie's mom lives. I don't care. But I do hope that's not the reason either. But Betty, let me tell you something. You can't just be hanging signs on people's property, like, you know, street lights, utility poles. You can't do that. One, you have to get permission to do that, especially with utility poles. We went over this yesterday. Do I still have them in my StreamYard? I think I do. Oh, yeah. See? You can't. It says right here, Tennessee Code. You can't hang anything on utility poles. Nope. But see, you also have no respect for other people's properties. If there's a street light on somebody's property, it doesn't matter how far into their property it is, it's still their property. But did you go and knock on their door and ask them if you can hang up a sign? No. Bet you didn't. You just hung it there because you don't care about somebody else's property. And I'm not saying that hanging up a flyer of a missing child, no, I'm not saying that's a bad thing. Absolutely not. I'm glad you are. Because, see, you didn't do that with Quentin Simon's case. You didn't hang up shit. You didn't even go look for him. One time you went looking for him in 3 weeks. That was it. And you didn't even look. You just sat on a four-wheeler. Once again, I'll repeat myself. That's all you did. And you filmed it. But you didn't do any sort of looking whatsoever. So therefore, that's null and void. But you hanging up signs, I ain't going to take that shit away from you. But see, you need to do it legally and properly. Meaning, leave utility poles alone, because that can get you in a shitload of trouble. You should do your due diligence and read the laws of Tennessee, Betty. They're very informative. They're actually more informative than Georgia laws. And Georgia laws were so easy. I still have all the definitions of all the laws in Georgia. And this is 2 years ago. Almost 2 years ago, actually. I still have them. Some of them I even dropped in your chat just to remind you that you were actually breaking the law while you were out there. But of course, you wouldn't know what Georgia's state laws were because you were reading the wrong laws. You were reading the country of Georgia's. That was funnier.
You know, and sometimes when we get bougie, people get selfish and self-centered and like don't care about 15-year-old kids. Just curious which neighbors they are.
Why are you talking about their neighbors, Betty? What? Because you didn't ask them you didn't ask them permission, right? Is this where you say they were taking down the signs? Hopefully we're gonna get to that. And I didn't pass it. I think I passed it.
Dang it, BHB, something always good when I'm at work. I get a tote. Oh, good Lord. Oh, thank you, Michelle, for the one for the Bullhorn Betty membership.
But here's the thing, though. Why is she saying that neighborhood doesn't care about 15-year-old boys? Or a missing child at that. Breesh, I miss you and I love you. You sweetheart. I miss you. But Betty, why are you saying that community or the neighbors don't care? How do you know? Did you ask them? Did you go door to door and ask them? I dare you. A double dog dare you. But that's not your kind of neighborhood, is it? That's not something you're used to, is it? I bet you when you walk down that neighborhood, or you drive down the neighborhood at least, you wish you had that kind of lifestyle, huh? Nah, I think the one thing that you see dollar signs. Because it is a nice neighborhood.
Yeah. Hey, Jen. Hey, guys. I don't even think I said hi, though. I really, if we had more time, we would have raised money to pay for her expenses while she was, while her daughter was here, so she could, afford to take off work to be here near her daughter. Again, if we had more time and we knew what's what, we just didn't know, and we didn't have a whole lot of time. But I can't imagine what she's got to be feeling. Right? The concern I have for a child that's not even mine. I want somebody in jail because they hurt a 20-month-old. It's like nobody can really answer anything I do wrong. All they can say is I protest thing here, And what do I really do wrong? It's like nobody can really answer anything I do wrong. All they can say is I protest.
No, Betty. Look, I don't give a fuck if you protest, okay? Everybody has the right to protest. What I give a fuck about is the people that you affect in the process. That's who I care about. I don't give a shit about you. Remember, Betty, you put yourself in danger all the time. You've been around people who are ours. You've been around people who have unalived others. Your words, not mine. And the only reason why I'm using the word unalived is because I can't use the other word. You have to be careful. But Betty, those are your words. You put yourself in danger all the time. So, you want to repeat that again, Betty?
I'm just saying. The place is a freaking crazy thing here, And what do I really do wrong? It's like nobody can really answer anything I do wrong. All they can say is I protest.
Right. See? She does protest. And again, I'm fine with it. I'm just not okay with the people that she affects. If she followed the proper steps as a protester, well, then we wouldn't have a problem, right?
I protest 3 times. Who gives a shit? You literally don't like me because I protest, which is a constitutional freedom here in the United States. But I bet you, if it was something that you wanted, I bet you'd be willing to do that. And what?
No, Betty. I don't protest. You know why? Because I don't want to. And why should I? I'm happy with what I do myself. I'm happy being right here calling people like you out. But see, again, I'm not outside people's homes acting like donkey asses and accusing them of things that they never did and there's no evidence of. That's you, Betty. And that's your buddies, too. You guys do that. Should we talk about Summer Wells? Gabby Petito? Quentin Simon? Shall we go there? Should we do a complete rundown of the bullshit that you have pulled in those 3 cases? We could. Exactly, J-Dub. 2 different things. But let me tell you something. Harassing and threatening, they're not covered under the Constitution. That goes out the window. It just depends on what kind of threats you do make, though, Betty.
When I want somebody in jail because they hurt a 20-month-old child, I think that's a pretty...
But that's the one thing that you don't understand, Betty, and you don't get because it doesn't go through that head of yours. They didn't have any evidence at the time. That's why she was considered a prime suspect. 2 different things. They weren't just going to put her in jail until they built a case against her and then just leave her there and say, yes, here, ma'am, you're under arrest because you're the prime suspect in this case and you're going to go to jail. And then once they did solve the case and they had enough evidence to put her behind bars for real, they were just going to go to her and say, ma'am, you're going to have to stay here because we do now have enough evidence on you. No, that's not how they operate. But you know the law so well, right, Betty? Again, if everybody was if people were a prime suspect in a case and there was no evidence to put them behind bars or convict them, but you yourself think they should be in prison, or not prison, but jail. Do you know how many people on the streets would be walking around right now? It'd be pretty fucking empty right now, to say the least. It's not going to happen. That'll overcrowd the jails, Betty. But that's what you want, though, right? You want the jails to be overcrowded? Of course you do. It's Bullhorn Betty we're talking about.
A damn good cause. But maybe some people don't. Kind of sad, if you ask me. But see, I don't do things that are easy. I do things that need to be done. Being on bail already, Leilani should have been getting random. She was. Sweetie Pie, she was. Remember that? That was my biggest thing, is that she was on double probation. She could not pass a urinalysis. That was
How do you know that she couldn't pass, Betty? Were you there for every screening that she had? Were you? You don't know about double probation. You don't know anything about substance and alcohol, do you, when it comes to being on probation? You are legally prohibited from touching either one of the 2. Legally prohibited. Look it up, Betty. You know the law so well. Look it up. The more I read about the shit that you spew out of your mouth, the more I'm starting to learn more about the law than you. If you're on double probation for alcohol and substance, you are prohibited from touching it. And you're put in a halfway house or a rehab. And that's where Leilani was. She was in a center for both. Or I think it was just a substance that she was in. I think it was one or the other. I can't remember if it was one or the other or both. But she was in a center. I'm trying to remember. But still, it doesn't matter. When she came back and her mom let her come in and stay there, she was randomly tested. And if she popped for either one, she'd be back in jail. Remember, Betty? Did you ever know that? Hey, Precious Chaos. Right, Leandra. You can't even go to the liquor store. But I can't remember what center that she was in, that Leilani was in for. I can't remember if it was for substance or alcohol. At the end of the day, it doesn't really matter because either one, she can't touch it. But Betty here thinks she knows everything. Betty, weren't you once one of them too? I mean, according to Forgotten Whispers video, you were. Just saying.
Straight violation of probation. They had every reason under the sun to throw her butt in jail without even charging her with a crime. Just on the violation of probation alone, and they still wouldn't do it. Now do you guys understand? Like, I'm sorry. That was bullcrap. You want to know why I got out there? That's why. She should have been in jail. What's the purpose of having someone on probation if they literally violate probation by taking another life and they're able to sleep in their own bed? Like, that is the most, like, I can't. Oh my God, I'm so sick of hearing he was lured out by a gamer. You know what? Because that guy in there, but see, I told you guys they were going to try to run with that story, didn't I? Because they're manipulated assholes. All they care about is protecting the criminals, literally.
Here we go. We're at the good part right now. She's going to start talking shit about Illuminati. Because if you guys remember Illuminati stream, where there's a guy that was popped in Illinois, and he's going to be transferred to Hendersonville. Well, LFT, do you have that link? Do you still have that link that you sent me? If you do, can you drop it in the chat for everybody so they can go and take a look at it? Hey, Dutchie, how you doing? I hope everybody's doing okay. I miss you. Hopefully, I'll be done with this in the next 30 minutes, and then I'm gonna contact you because I want to make sure you're okay. Betty, have you done your research? Have you read the article at all about said person? Oh, Betty, have you asked Dolly why he claimed that he saw a kid that looked like Sebastian and tried to lure him with a cake pop? Have you asked Dolly about that yet? Bet you haven't. I wonder why. Why are you coming after the folks over here when your friend is over there trashing stuff? I mean, I don't know if he still is, but it really doesn't fucking matter to me. I don't care to review Dolly anyway. But I'm just saying. He's trashed Seth. Tried to lure a kid with a cake pop that he thought was Sebastian, and then went into the establishment and just sat there and watched him like a creeper. Have you asked Dolly about that? No, I bet you haven't. Have you went to go say hi to Dolly yet? I don't know. Just asking for a friend. Maybe a couple hundred, couple thousand, maybe 1 million. I don't know. You know what, guys? Let's see where that post is yet. That clip that I posted a bullhorn on TikTok. Let's see where we're at now. How many we got? The hell? Oh, okay. Damn, Betty. We're at 1,737 views on that bitch. See what happens when you say some vile, nasty ass shit like that about Forgotten Whispers? So many views you get, and it's still climbing, girl. It sure is. It's still climbing. Yes, ma'am. Yup. Still climbing. I still got a few more that I'm going to upload on there. It's the nasty ball shit that comes out of your mouth.
Those channels, if you literally watch them, you are supporting bad guys. Like, it's not even worth the look.
Okay, we're supporting the bad guys. I'm cool with that then. You know, I'm getting sick of her saying that shit. I really am. But you know what? All right. I'm going to support bad guys. I don't know what bad guys she's talking about, but okay, I'm going to support bad guys. Whatever. Breege is a bad guy. Precious Chaos is a bad guy. J-Dub is a bad guy. Break Time is a bad guy. I mean, fuck. All 31 of you are bad guys to me. So I'm supporting all y'all. Okay? I am. And y'all are supporting me. We're all supporting each other.
These people only support criminals.
And we're criminals too. We're criminals too. We're criminals too. Oh shit, break time. Oh honey, I didn't see this. I'm so sorry. Thank you, Break Time, for becoming a new member. Welcome, sweetheart. I really appreciate that. Thank you. I'm so sorry I didn't see that. Hell yeah, J-Dub. Support bad guys, that's right.
And they're willing to do the most thuggery stuff in support.
Now, okay, now you know she be listening to a lot of people because she's using them words: thuggery, hoochie mama, hood rat. She's using fucking ghetto. She be listening to us because that's the kind of talk that. Now, I don't talk like that. I don't call somebody a hoochie mama. I don't do that shit. I may come from the hood, but I don't talk like that. I know where I stay. I know where my lane is. And I stay right the fuck where I stay in my lane. Right there. And I don't go that far. Betty, you ain't hood. And speaking of that, let's look some. I got something. Because you know what, Betty? I got something for you. Because it's something called Why Do Other People Mimic Others? It was informative too. And it's shit. It fits you to a fucking T. And it's got your name written all over it. Sure does. I'm gonna play this and I'm gonna go get it.
Supported them, including committing felonies. I don't know how much more evidence you guys need to.
Who the fuck got felonies? Now, okay, look, hold up. We can support bad. Okay, we're supporting bad guys, yo. But you ain't gonna fucking say felonies over here. Fuck that nonsense. Hell the fuck no. Back that thing up. You best prove the felony part. Best prove it, bitch. Prove it. Ain't no felony over here. I'm clean as a motherfucking whistle.
Smack you in your face before you see what these channels truly are and who they truly are. Meanwhile, they dragged me through the mud for 3 years. Supported them and clutched them. You're supporting bad guys. Like, it's not even worth the look. These people only support criminals. And they're willing to do the most thuggery stuff in support of them, including committing felonies. I don't know how much more evidence you guys need to smack you in your face before you see what these channels truly are and who they truly are. Meanwhile, they dragged me through the mud for 3 years.
Betty. We may have to come back for another time to discuss this part right here. I may need a few days because I bet you I can conjure something up to tell you why people do talk about you. As for coming for you, no, we just come for your actions and the things that you do. To the folks on this platform and outside this platform, when you go outside folks' homes and act like a donkey's ass out there, screaming through a bullhorn and not give two fucks about the neighbors that actually live in those neighborhoods. You don't give a shit about protesting in the proper place. You don't protest outside police departments, which is where you should be protesting. You don't give a shit about protesting outside the CPS offices, which is where you should be protesting, but you don't. You think you get your point across outside neighborhoods? You don't. But you don't care about the other people that live in those neighborhoods. You don't, and you know it. So I'll gather up a couple of people, and I bet you in a few days, we'll show why people do call you out for your actions. Now, I'm not making any promises because it'll be solely up to them if they want to help. But I'm not doing any clipping. I'm just going to grab streams and timestamps. But Betty, right there, that statement right there was testing the waters, and you done test the waters on that one. All right. No, let's see this. All right. This is actually called mirroring. What Betty does when it comes to other people, mocking them, it's called mirroring. So she mirrors everybody. Let me see. Bless you. Sorry, that was my dog. She sneezed. When somebody... I think that's the proper term. Hold on. I think I might have spelled it wrong. Okay. No, it still comes up the same thing. It's mirroring. Okay. Here we go. I got it. So let's see. Here's what Bullhorn likes to do when it comes to other people. Let's look at this, Betty. Let's see why you like to mirror everybody. I gotta clean out my computer because of you, Betty. Why do you do this to me? Damn it. I done cleaned out my computer. It was nice. It was moving fast. Now it's moving slow on account of Betty here. All right, here we go. The actual term is called mirroring. When someone mimics another person, they unconsciously replicate that person's body language, verbal habits, or attitude. Or in her case, attitudes. Because there's 4 people involved here. It's a sub, God damn it, I can't even read tonight. It's a form of intimidation. Betty, why are you trying to, what are you trying, Betty, I told you about intimidating people. Stop trying to intimidate folks. They're not scared of you. Stop with the intimidation tactics. It's bad enough when you bring up a weapon. I mean, I get it. You want to make people think you're dangerous. Well, honey, you done past that one all, 2 years ago? Well, you did that with me. Because, look, I'll be honest with you. When you brought up that weapon the first time, about almost a year ago, yeah, I knew you was dangerous. But stop doing that for intimidation purposes, because nobody's scared of you. I don't know what part of that you don't get. That can happen during interactions. Well, I don't know what interaction that she has with anybody here. She doesn't talk to Cluminati. She doesn't talk to Savage. She don't even talk to Burnt Toast. So why the fuck is she mirroring any of them? She don't even go into their chats. I mean, I did catch her in Burnt Toast chat once. I think that was like a week and a half ago. Okay, LFT. Like a chameleon. But it's only during interactions, though. But she's not even around them, though. That's the funny part to me. Mirroring can build a rapport and connection. Okay, wait, what? Mirroring can build a rapport and connection, but it can also be viewed negatively in certain situations. I guess in this case, here's the situation right here. For example, what she's doing is usually she's mocking them. She's making fun of their accent. She's making fun of the way they talk, making fun of their southern accent. You know, Savage is southern. She's a southern sassy belle. And Clue's straight Tennessee, okay? You know that girl gangster. She is. So is Savage. Those are two gangsters right there. But what does Betty do also? She also makes fun of them. She calls them names. But does she do it for good or bad? No, she does it just for bad. That's it. There's no good about it. But still, the proper term is mirroring. She's mirroring them with verbal habits and attitude. She's trying to be like them. And that's my opinion. She's trying to be like them. And I think it's jealousy, to be honest with you. It's jealousy.
And I haven't changed a damn bit. But the masks are coming off, and I guarantee your minds are changing. Why? Because
Betty, your mask came off a long time ago. A long time ago. Continue on.
you're actually paying attention to what's going on in these streets. And it's pretty disgusting. And you know what? At the end of the day, it ain't Bullhorn Betty. It's these animals.
No, it's Bullhorn Betty. It's Dolly Vision. It's Justin. It's Cher. It's Brittany J. Who else am I missing? I mean, after today, I think the report is on that list too. Or, I'm sorry, the reporter room. That one's on that list too. Because she said, you got what? Pulled, what, is 3 times that you were talked to by the Popo when it was only once? I'm going to have to go, I'm going to look into that. I do not want to watch her. I really don't. Because I can't with that woman's voice. I can't. But her, because that one's now on my list. But there are a couple of others. I just can't name them off the top of my head. But no, Betty, it's you. We see you. You need help. Because you're fucking spiraling.
They kept screaming Bullhorn Betty. I kept telling you. They're telling you to look over there, so you ain't looking over there. And you guys kept saying, oh, no. Well, you guys can't deny it now. It's smacking y'all up upside your head now, isn't it? The animal.
Hey, my head feels better. It actually does. My headache's gone away. I mean, yesterday was pretty damn fun. Because under these circumstances, we needed to have a little fun. We needed to cut up on my panel. And hot damn it, we had a ton of fun. We sure the fuck did. And I'll tell you one thing. Holy shit, was that fucking fun. It was so much fun, guys. It really was. Tia, Kathy P, Olive T, Clue, Truth came up. Man, we had a fucking blast. See, Betty, you wouldn't know what that is. You wouldn't know what having friends are like. You wouldn't know what having fun is on a panel. You wouldn't know. No. Because when you go on a panel, you got to control the panel. I've seen how you've controlled a couple of panels.
That you supported that were attacking me and stalking and my family. And my family.
Ain't nobody stalking your family. Are you fucking kidding me? What the fuck?
Oh, no. Well, you guys can't deny it now. It's smacking y'all up upside your head now, isn't it? The animals that you supported that were attacking me and stalking and my family. And my family.
She must be talking about somebody in the past because ain't nobody stalking her family right now, today, or since this case. Ain't nobody been stalking her fucking family. So she's talking about the past. And even then, nobody was stalking her fucking family. She still couldn't prove it back then. She still can't prove it now. Nice try, Betty.
I got drunk once after a long time of stress and lost my kid. And I have so much proof about how good of a mom I am. And my child was literally right there. Any type of substances in front of your children. I mean, not just me personally, you know, to each their own. That's my problem, not yours. But I just, you know, so I've heard that even somebody pissed dirty for marijuana and got their kids taken from them. And I'm sitting, and it's in Georgia, but the lady was black. And here we got Leilani, where two of her kids.
Betty, the proper term is African American. That's the proper term. Just throwing that out there. Just letting you know.
Were born with substances literally in their blood, and she got to go home with them. The difference is she's white. And I don't want to make it a black or white thing, but it's, I mean, really? Marijuana versus like narcotics? And Leilani got to bring her kids home, but that chick got her kids taken? It's hard. It's hard for me, y'all. And you know what?
Betty, it wasn't Leilani that got to bring her kids home. Billy Joe brought them home. Get it right. Quit slandering that family. Get it right. Billy Joe had custody. Leilani lived there because Billy Joe let her. So therefore, Leilani was around those kids. They were. Get it the fuck right. If you're going to tell the fucking story, tell the fucking story right. I mean, hell, you went off the offense and you said that Leilani's mom essayed her and her brother. That's why they are the way they are. I told you. I've got you clipped saying that.
I don't go there like that. But, you know, it is Georgia. The NCP threatens the...
You got a thing against people from Georgia? Is that what you're saying? You got a thing against people from Georgia? Where Jonesing at? Where Jonesing at? I want Jones in here. This shit. She got a thing against Georgia. Bitch, you got, girl. There are people in my chat. There are people in the replay. There are people that watch me that are from Georgia. Thank you.
The search team and the civilian searching, yes, he did. And I know for a fact he threatened me. I got him recorded, giving idle threats about running me over with a car, trying to see if I'm in the... Look, I don't go on interstates.
That's a lie. That's a lie. We've got you clipped being on an interstate, Betty. That's a whole ass lie. That's a whole fucking lie. Let's see where you are, Betty, when you're driving into Tennessee. I'm just gonna I'm muting this part right now. This is just a test. Where the fuck is she? Where is Betty? What is she driving on? She's driving on an interstate, isn't she? I think she is. So Betty does drive. She does go on the interstates. It's right there. See, you got to drive on the interstates to get to where you got to go. You got to drive on the highways to get to where you got to go. You know, for someone who drives, it's mighty funny that you don't realize that you do have to drive on highways and interstates to get where you got to go, Betty. When was the last time you had another driving test done? I'm just curious. I don't really give a fuck, but I'm just saying. I'm just saying. But you were on interstate, Betty. Nice try.
I go into neighborhoods and communities. I do streets, anything that's a public space, a public and safe space.
And let's take it away from there. Number one, that stream that Clue did, nobody knows. I don't even know if that was Chris Proudfoot or somebody else. I don't know. I still don't. Have I asked? No. Why? Because it's none of my business who that person was on her panel. Okay, it doesn't, and to me, it does not matter who that was. I don't know if that was Chris Proudfoot or someone else. I don't know. So I'm not going to speak on it. But the fact that she hasn't played it, well, that says a lot. Why? Well, that's easy. Because if somebody was publicly threatened like that, as she claims, she would have blasted that shit all over the fucking airway. Just like if she was stalked the entire time that she was been in Tennessee, she would have had that shit recorded because she's had her phone on the entirety of the time she was there, except for when she was going to bed. She would have blasted that shit all over the fucking airway of YouTube. She would have shown everybody that she was being stalked and harassed and who was doing it too. She wouldn't give a shit about their safety. She would have aired their faces out too, just like she did with Mr. Bowersox. That's why when we were going over it yesterday, or was it yesterday? Yeah, it was yesterday. I didn't. I put an overlay over his face because you know what, his face has been plastered out here enough, and his safety matters to me. Unlike her, his safety doesn't matter. She don't give a shit about anybody's safety. But that's what I'm simply saying. If she was being stalked, harassed, or publicly threatened, she would have blared that shit all over the fucking airway. And the fact that she hasn't, well, I don't believe it. But again, I can't say if that was Chris Proudfoot on Clue's panel or that was someone else. I can't because I don't know.
Because I follow the law when I utilize.
Oh, and by the way, she thought Truth Not Feelings was Chris Proudfoot. She did at one time. She did. I still have that clip too. And she acted dumb when she said that because she knows that the two of them do not sound the same.
That, right?
So let that
it's one thing that they can't stop. It's literally ingrained in our Constitution. You know, like even these noise ordinance. When it comes to protest, like the noise ordinance, yeah, you can arrest somebody, but it's not going to hold water. It's not going to hold water. And you just arrested somebody and violated their civil rights over a non-arrestable offense. And people keep saying that yesterday that I said something about how law enforcement. No, what I said yesterday about law enforcement not arresting me is they have to have a charge. I'm not breaking any laws. And if they choose to arrest me when I haven't broken any laws, the civil suit would be massive. That's why they can't arrest me. You got to actually break a law for them to arrest you. They keep.
Oh, but Betty, you threatened to sue Mr. Bowersox for nothing because he's got money and he didn't do jack diddly shit to you. But she just won his money, right? Because he lives a better lifestyle than you. And that's my opinion. I mean, fuck. Everybody's filmed the Proudfoot's neighborhood. Everybody. I've seen video after video, picture after picture. And everybody's been putting their house out on every freaking social media platform on this internet, putting them in further danger. And now y'all want to just keep plastering that house every freaking where. Oh, their safety doesn't matter, right? Nah, of course not. Showing that little girl's picture with Katie, y'all didn't give a fuck about her. Did you? And I don't use that F word in a derogatory way towards anybody or the little girl. I'm using it towards this one, Betty here. Because Betty didn't give a fuck about that little girl. She didn't give a fuck about showing her. Because see, when that photo first arrived on social media, it came from Facebook and then hit TikTok and then YouTube. I followed the trail. because I was watching TikTok when it came out. And it was them TikTokers over there that were putting that little girl's picture out. You want to talk about fucking weirdos? They're over there. So, does Betty give a shit about anybody? No. She doesn't care about that girl's safety. Because if she did, she would keep that little girl's name out of her damn mouth and quit putting her in further danger by keep talking about her. Because you keep talking about her, no. You get the idea.
Saying I'm breaking laws here. I'm not. Posting flyers is not breaking laws. Walking on
When you post them on utility, when you put them on utility poles, dummy, Betty, you can't do that against Tennessee. That's Tennessee code. You can't do that. What part of that don't you get? You have put them on utility poles. You can't do that. Right here. Tennessee Code 2-19-144 is a state law that prohibits anyone from attaching a quote-unquote show card, sign, poster, or advertising material or device, including election campaign literature, to a utility pole, including VEC electric poles. VEC stands for Volunteer Energy Cooperative. You can't post anything on utility poles, and that's exactly what you were doing. That's breaking the law. Hello? It's a simple look up, Betty.
on public property is not breaking laws. I do not break the law. Every single case I go to that they call the cops on me for and go real live trying to get me arrested for content. Haven't you noticed? Officers ain't arresting me.
For content, Betty. So everything that you're doing, all this stuff that you're doing, all of the slandering, that's content for you, right? The harassing the families, that's content, right? The threats of lawsuits, that's content, right? Is that what you're saying? The things that you do to people, that's content, right? Because I think that's what you are saying. I'm going to slow that down. I want to hear that shit one more time, Betty. I want to hear it one more time. Sing it to me, Betty. Sing. Sing for me. Dance for me.
Laws. Walking on public property is not breaking laws. I do not break the law. Every single case I go to that they call the cops on me for and go real life trying to get me arrested for content. Haven't you?
That's what I thought. Arrested for content. That's what I thought she said. So everything that she's doing, it's all for content. Congratulations, Betty. What a way to make yourself look exactly the way we all know that you are. You do all of this for content. You look dumb as hell. Okay, so standing outside people's homes acting like old donkeys ass, that's for content. The real life. No, Betty, you do that. And that's also for content too. Well done. And we got you on that one. Harassing folks. That's for content. Harassing families. That's content. Right? Should we go on? Let's go on for a second. Threats of suing people. That's for content. Good to know. What else? What am I missing, Miss J-Dub, Lieber, Mr. What am I missing here? Duchess, what am I missing here? Oh, slander. Betty, that's for content too? Good to know. Lying to your audience, that's for content? Well, you know what? You do that all the time, so I'm going to throw that out the window. I'm going to throw that out. Let's throw that to the... Let's throw that out. Oh. You calling somebody on the phone and making a threat against them? Well, I wouldn't say it was necessarily a threat, but it was an intimidation. All because of a certain individual whose house you were staying at one day. You called her phone. That was for content? Oh, yeah, stalking, Betty. You were stalking Mr. Bowersox. That was for content, huh? And then acting like a whole fool by jumping out of your car and then rushing up to his, screaming like a banshee out of hell. That was for content, too. Good to know. Okay, well, J-Dub has it better. Everything you do is for fake reports. Yep, that's good. That's content. So I think we have listed everything, Betty. You do it all for content. See, that's what happens when you slip up. Good for you, Betty. Bravo, Betty. Bravo.
You notice officers ain't arresting me. Why do you think I keep coming in contact with officers after officers and don't get arrested? Have you thought about maybe I'm just not committing the crimes that they say I'm committing?
Betty, it's only a matter of time. And Betty, did it ever occur to you that the folks on here don't give two fucks enough to call the police on you? They don't give two fucks. They ain't gonna call the cops on you. You don't think of the places that you're at. You don't think that maybe the places that you're at, you don't think that maybe those people are the ones calling. No, you just come on this platform and want to place the blame game on the folks over here on this platform because it's content for you, it's drama for you, and it's dry begging for you. Poor, pity Betty. Somebody called the cops on me. And then you start name dropping the hater channels. That's what you do. And you know that to be true.
Did that ever even run across the brain? It's just very frustrating. And they're still
Don't be talking about don't go there. Don't go there with the brain thing. You don't. You really don't want to go there.
talking mad cash shit, lying to their audience. And that's okay. Lie away, boo-boo. Lie away. Nobody.
Now, who is the one person that we hear boo-boo from? Savage. So she tries to mirror Savage. Betty, Savage is taken happily. Sorry, you can't have the life that she has.
really gives a crap. You guys are failing. You know why? Because everybody sees through your garbage. You're protecting.
Nobody sees through our garbage. People like the things that we put out because they're 100% fact. They're 100% researched. You know that, Betty. Why do you get so pissed off every time someone puts out a receipt or receipts about you? You get so pissed the fuck off, you can't take it. But then you try to backtrack, backpedal, or you make up a new excuse or a new story. Kind of like what Brittany J does. That's why I've always suggested that Brittany J change her name to Backpedaling with Brittany J. I still stand with that name. I still think she should change her name to that. I do.
Horrible people. And you're trying to have me arrested when I'm not breaking the law? Do you know how highly illegal that is?
Do you know, I have actually looked up what my twin said, my twin Tia, and she is right. You keep threatening people with lawsuits, that is illegal because that's harassment. That is true. So keep threatening people with lawsuits, Betty, because that's also harassment too. That's illegal. So you're breaking the law. Dumb.
The stupid bitches don't know the law. I'm sorry.
Neither do you. Neither do you. So I wouldn't be going there because there's a lot of people that do know the law, Betty, and you ain't one of them.
Sorry. I'm going to take a bite out of crime. But at the end of the day, this situation is over. I am going to go back. Nobody's going to intimidate me. If they want to hurt me, they want to try to get me killed, they'll have to pay the consequences for that.
Betty, you're just fucking ignorant by saying some stupid shit like that. Shut the fuck up. Now, what you're doing is sympathy. That's what you're sympathy grifting right there. That's a sympathy grift. Stop it. Now we see through you of what you're doing.
Because I'm going to Illinois and I'm filing an injunction. I am going to be going as soon as possible there so I can meet with the police department and go to the courthouse to file an injunction. Because this lady is not going to stop until I'm either hurt or dead.
Now that's fucking ignorant and that's just stupid. You are dumb. And that is slander. That is slander. Now just take it down a notch. Take it down a notch. Here's the thing about that, Betty. Here, I'm gonna break it down for you. I'm gonna break down the law for you, ma'am. You have to show proof of all of this. Proof. I'm not going to use the word receipts. I'm going to use proof. You have to show proof of every single thing. And I can simply tell you right now, there is no proof. You don't have it. Once again, if you can simply put something out there, like, let's see. Let's go back to Georgia for a minute. Remember when Aileen was up in your camera view? And you and Dolly were just completely accosting her? You shut your camera off. You came back and you claimed that she touched your nose. Where was the proof on that? Where was that proof? Because if that really happened, you would have kept your camera on. And you know damn good and well that should never happen. You never called the cops. Because then you would have had to show them proof. And judging by the folks that were out there that day, they would have all gotten that shit on their cameras. And in this day and age, everybody's got a fucking camera phone. And in this day and age, everybody be recording some shit like that. Because in this day and age, everybody records somebody getting in another person's face. So, nice try, Betty. It's not going to work. You can try to get an injunction all you want, but it's not going to work. I can almost guarantee you that right now. Have fun. It'll be a waste of trip and a waste of money. But that's okay. You're just going to make your chat pay that for you. Oh, I forget.
That's the bottom line. And people think this is some YouTube funny stuff. It's not. Like, this is my life. You guys just watched a person that could have walked up to my car and shot me in the friggin' head.
Nobody walked up to your car. That's a downright fucking lie right there. Now, who walked up to her car? Because I never saw anybody walk up to her damn car. Who are you talking about? Who walked up to your car, Betty? Because that shit was not live streamed. You didn't live stream somebody walking up to your damn car. Now you're making up stories, aren't you? You sure the fuck are. The only person that pulled your ass over was a cop. That was it. And the one that you jumped out of your car to at a stoplight in the middle of traffic didn't give a fuck that somebody was behind you probably. And you ran up to his car like a screaming fucking banshee and recorded him. Well, ma'am, that would be you. And it's all on film. Oh, because you filmed it. Nobody got out of their car and came up to yours. That's a straight up lie. I'll be sure to pass this over. Oh, wait, no, never mind. They've already got it. Nice try, Betty. Ain't nobody buying that bullshit because we've all seen it. You don't think that little fucking bullshit that you pulled, you don't think everybody saw that? You're out your mind. Get the fuck out of here.
You know? And you guys think it's a joke. These are people that most likely killed a kid, and you're sending them to my car.
That's a lie right there. Lie number 2. So now I understand where the reporter room is getting it. Yeah, right, Lieber. Betty, now I see where the reporter room's getting it. She got it straight from this bitch's mouth. She did. Betty, that's a lie right there. Mm-hmm. You know, I'd be taking that shit back, Betty, because right there, that can get you in some serious shit. But hey, I forget. Betty knows the law, guys. Betty's law and fucking order. Betty, let me explain something to you. You were filming all day. Throughout, not all day, well, yeah, pretty much all day. I would think you were filming yourself doing all this, and then you pop that live button, and then you just decided to start filming yourself, putting up flyers. I don't really give a fuck, okay? I don't. The only thing I gave a fuck about is that you were actually putting up flyers. That's what I cared about. I'm glad you did. But here's what I don't have, this is what I don't like, is that you're lying on Mr. Bowersox, Chris, and Katie. I don't know. You ain't gonna lie like that. No. Because that's easily proven by them. And once again, Savage proved it, that you were stalking the man. Lying ass.
I don't know who thinks that that's okay or that's funny.
Quit grifting, Betty.
I'm just saying.
Quit.
It's not.
Stop
Because if you
stop
think it is, maybe we should start sending some
grifting.
crazy people over to their houses.
Nice try. I wouldn't be pulling that shit, Betty. They already got this shit this is already recorded. And the ones that you were threatening, they've already reviewed it. So it's already been noted, Betty. But you know what? It needs to be put out there even more, because it just goes to show how freaking nuts you are. Because, ma'am, you literally are having some sort of midlife crisis that has turned manic. Because you are highly fucking paranoid. And that's not a good thing. That makes you even a hell of a lot more dangerous than before. And that's concerning to the public.
Maybe they're like that. I mean, what's good for the goose is good for the gander. I mean, if it's not illegal, why not? Why don't we take all the Rat Pack and send it right over to Illuminati's house? I mean, I've got our address here. Maybe.
No, see, that's a threat. In my opinion, that is a threat. Mm-hmm. Right, Lieber? But it's already been proven that she went to an unaccredited school for paralegal. That was brought up like 2 years ago. I don't really care whether she's a paralegal. I don't care. What I care about are the threats that she makes towards people. But really, she spits all these facts out, like, and I use facts as air quotes. She spits all this shit out. But it's so easy to break through all of this shit. And it makes our job so much easier that it is fun. I will say that. It is fun. But on the flip side, it is concerning that this right here, what she's doing with this case, she didn't do this in Savannah. But she's doing it here in this case. Why? Because she ain't got nobody here to back her ass up. She ain't got nobody to back her ass up. She by herself. That's why she fucking paranoid. There's no Olivia. There's no John this. There's no Dolly. There's no Molly. There's nobody. Ain't nobody gonna back her ass up.
Maybe I should show up. Maybe I should piss on her front yard. I mean, I don't know.
I'm gonna play that part one more time because I want. If she says go, she gonna say something, then I'm gonna break it down. And I don't need to pull up the definition to break that shit down. I don't.
Yeah, I mean, it's not illegal. Why not? Why don't we take all the Rat Pack and send it right over to Illuminati's house? I mean, I've got our address here. Maybe I should show up. Maybe I should piss on her front yard. I mean, I don't know. But I am going to be in Gallatin. Maybe we'll swing by and see what kind of ghetto trash she is. We'll see. They already know where I live because they already sent so many people to my house.
No, they haven't. That's a lie. And I will tell you why. And we're going to break this down. Okay. And we're going to stop here because everybody's already seen it. And I've been on almost 4 hours anyway. So let's break this down. One, if she, like she said, she going to go and piss on, go to their house and piss on their lawn. Okay. Here's where that's breaking the law. Because see, indecent exposure is against the law. You can be arrested for that. Betty, here's where you fail at the law. Again. Do you know how many people who have whipped it out and gone to the bathroom and ended up on the registry? Simply because they went to the bathroom? Go look it up. Simple find, simple research. You claiming that you're going to roll by her house and go maybe piss on it and piss in her front yard, that's indecent exposure. Duh. Go look it up. Who knows the law? Because it ain't you, ma'am. And as for people getting sent to your house, how the fuck would you even know if people were sent to your house when you ain't even there? Because you've let it out that your neighbor is feeding the stray cat that stays in your yard, right? Now, let's break this down then. If there were people that were showing up at your home, don't you think your neighbor would have told you? I think he or she, I don't fucking know. I don't really fucking care. What I care about are the fucking accusations that she's making. But on the flip side, can she prove it? No. And I'll tell you why she can't prove that anybody was sent to her home by any of these people over here. And it's because, one, she ain't even home. She's in fucking Virginia. And two, if anybody was showing up at her house like she's saying, her ass would have been home. Why? Because she'd be filing a police report against those that she, and I use air quotes here, that she claims sent those people to her house. Meaning the people that she's been name dropping for a few days. Because that's who she's talking about. That's who she's claiming who sent people to her home. See, it never happened, Betty. And you know that to be a damn fucking fact. So the fact that you're not even home, and you'd have no problem airing that shit all over the airway if it were true. Well, that tells me it's not true. Because see, with the things like that, you would air that shit out. You think people don't know you? They know you. They see right through you. That's why it's so easy to debunk every single thing that you say. Pick apart every single tiny word that you say. It's so easy. It was so easy that Savage, Val, T-Pack, they debunked the fact that you were stalking Mr. Bowersox. You were stalking him. You. But you want to threaten him? You want to threaten Chris and Katie? You want to threaten Cluminati? Bitch, you need to go back home and stay home. because you will find yourself behind bars because of your antics, because of the things that come out of your mouth. But if that's the route you want to go, well, go for it. I don't care. What I care is about this case. That's what I care about. I care about Sebastian Rogers. I care about the protection of this case, just like everybody else. You don't. And you are becoming more and more dangerous with the threats of showing up at someone's home. And you don't even know who Cluminati is. You only know who she is because of one certain individual. And he barely knows who she is. But you want to go based off what he says? Well, go for it. Because I highly doubt he even knows who he is these days. Because you're dropping his Cash App in your chat. I mean, the money's rolling in. Not as much. I've seen the receipts that you've posted on your community wall. I mean, there's people on TikTok that are gathering money for him. I've seen that. I have. And I'm not the only one that's seen it either. There's a couple of other creators on here that have actually sat and watched and listened. So, yeah, I question Seth Rogers. I question his actions. But I will never, ever take away the fact that he is a grieving father. But I'll repeat myself one final fucking time. I call it down the middle. I listen to both sides of the story. I've listened to Chris's side. I've listened to Katie's. I've listened to Seth's. At the end of the day, I'm not going to pick one. I'm not like the rest of you mofos that make a buck off the back of Sebastian Rogers or off the backs of missing and exploited children because it's easy money for you. I don't do that. I wait until there's actual information. I don't make up bullshit lies and theories about a case. But I will call out those that do put out bullshit lies and theories about a case that is being mishandled on this platform simply just to make a damn buck. And that's all you tragedy pimps do. So until there's enough evidence against one of the, any of the three, Chris, Katie, Seth, I'm going to wait for the actual professionals to handle this case. But until then, I'm still going to call all of you out for your antics and your BS. And Betty, you need to stop with the threats because you are going to catch another charge. And that's going to be number 44 on your record. And that's where you want to go. Hell, you know what? I ain't stopping you. I'm just letting you know that you are becoming more and more dangerous. And you need to stop going after folks, especially like someone like Savage, who has done nothing. Nothing. She doesn't threaten you. I don't even know why you're threatened by her. I've been around her almost 2.5 years now. Why are you so threatened by her? She ain't done nothing to you besides review you and tell the truth about you. I guess you don't like the truth, right? Yeah, the truth doesn't benefit you. Why do you go after Burnt Toast? Burnt Toast don't do nothing to you but review you and tell the truth and show the receipts. Savage and Burnt Toast show the receipts. Why are you going after Clue? Why? Because she's close to this case? Because she's staying by Chris and Katie? Somehow that makes her a hardened fucking criminal. Lady, you have 43 charges. I don't give a fuck about your charges, to be honest. What I care about is Sebastian Rogers. That's who I care about. And I care about how you're handling covering this case. Because at the end of the day, when he comes home, he's going to have to hear all the nasty, vile, disturbing shit that you have said about his mom and his stepdad. Look at that face, Betty. Look at it. Look at him. You don't care about him, Betty. Because if you did, you wouldn't say the nasty, vile shit that you've been saying about his mom and his stepdad since the start of this case. And then when his dad came up on your panel, you got worse. You got worse by the minute. Do you not care about his feelings? You don't. You don't give a rat's ass about his feelings. But I do. And so do the rest of the people that are here for this young man right here. This handsome young man. But you don't care about his feelings. And knowing you, you would never, ever apologize to his mom and stepdad for the nasty, vile shit that you have said. You will never do it. If it came out that they never did a thing to him. Now we're done. I'm going to go. I've had enough. What's today? Monday, we'll be back. I have to set up the live stream for the members only. I will do that tomorrow. So keep a lookout for it. And when you do, click that notification bell so you guys don't miss it. We're going to have that 1 year party. When I started live streaming for the first time, because I didn't have it on the day I actually did start, because I missed that. So we'll do that. And I'll have an open panel, so anybody's welcome to come up and, say what they want, hang out, whatever. And we'll figure something out. So until then, I'm going to go and thank you, J-Dub. Yes. There you go. That's the correct information. The correct information. And Betty, by the way, why don't you use an actual updated flyer on Sebastian and not an outdated one? Pass that along to Seth Rogers as well. Okay? Okay. Because Chronicles of the Oblivious, they have a good eye. Because I would never have caught that. So kudos to them. Again, they're really good at what they do. So kudos to them. I will link their channel in the description after I end this. And y'all go sub up to them. All right, guys. I'm out of here. I'm going to go get something to eat. I'm going to chill out for the rest of the night. LFT, keep your phone close by. All right, guys. I love you. Thank you. I love you, J-Dub. I love you more. And I will see y'all next round. And one more thing, Break Time 5, thank you for becoming a new member, honey. I really, truly appreciate it. Good night, guys.